Digvijaya Singh versus Shashi Tharoor. Which one will it be? I want to cut across right now to Javed Ansari. Let's listen in to all the reactions coming in. We'll cut across to Javed Ansari.
मैंने उनसे मिला, कोचिंग में जाकर के रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ें। आखिर में उन्होंने अस्वीकार कर दिया। मैं मेरी बात को कायम हूँ, मैं इलेक्शन लड़ूंगा नहीं। तो मैंने कहा भाई जो सबकी भावना है कार्यकर्ताओं की, नेताओं की, तो मैं फिर चुनाव लड़ूंगा, ये मैंने कहा था। सुनिए आप, पर अब क्योंकि कल परसों की वो घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रचार पार्क होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। ये मेरा फैसला है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी। जो घटना हुई परसों के रोज 2 दिन पहले, वो घटना इतना हिला के रख दिया हम सबको। मुझे जो दुख है वो मैं जान सकता हूँ, क्योंकि पूरे देश में मैसेज चला गया जैसे मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना जाना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है, क्योंकि एक सिंपल प्रस्ताव जो होता है एक लाइन का, वो परंपरा हमारी है कि एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव तो हम करते ही करते हैं, हर मीटिंग के अंदर करते हैं, चाहे चुनाव हो, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री के बारे में कोई फैसला करना हो। एक फैसला करते वक्त में एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा। आप सबको मालूम है, आप सबको मालूम है। दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया।
Bringing Javed Ansari into this conversation. Javed, who's covered many seasons of the Congress, how do you view this? If Gehlot is now ruled out, do you see this as a direct contest between Shashi Tharoor and possibly the unofficial candidate of the Gandhis now, who is Digvijaya Singh? Or do you see another rabbit being pulled out of the hat in tomorrow, because tomorrow is the final day of nomination?
Pretty unlikely. I mean, I won't rule it out, but it's unlikely that somebody else will also put in file his nomination. It will be a contest between Mr. Digvijaya Singh. He's been 3-time chief minister, has been general secretary, he's a nuts and bolts man, versus Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Shashi Tharoor is a very eminent parliamentarian, erudite. He speaks very well. So yes, it will be a fascinating contest, and may the best man win. I don't see any surprises here, and at long last, the Congress party is having an election, and hopefully it'll be free, fair, and transparent. And some of the people who've been baiting the Congress, criticizing the Congress, hopefully they will follow suit and hold elections in their parties as well.
Guys, we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. Thank you there. We'll be joined by you later. I want to cut across right now to... all right, before we cut across, okay, we're going to be joined by former Union Minister, former Congressman Ashwini Kumar in just about 5 minutes. But I have with me Divya Maderna. She's the MLA from Ocean. She's been one of those few MLAs who's made it very clear that I neither belong to any camp, which is the Sachin camp, or the Gehlot camp. Divya, how do you view the latest which has come in, which clearly Ashok Gehlot no longer fighting for president? Do you, as an MLA, accept him back as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, or you're waiting for the next 2 days when the High Command will make their decision?
Good evening, Preeti. To begin with, that I also confirm that I belong to Congress. I'm a Congress loyalist. Shuttling between two groups, so people forget to introduce that, there are people who happen to be Congress loyalists as well. What happened today was extremely unfortunate, very sad, because Mr. Gehlot hails from Jodhpur, from the same district as I do. In 1980, my grandfather had bought this young man, introduced to everybody, and thought he's going to lead and be on the political landscape as well. And so did he. He was 3-time chief minister, 5-time MP, 5-time MLA. I was looking at what he was when he was briefing the media this afternoon. Very, very saddening. Just because of 2-3 people, he lost, for a handful of millets, he lost the Delhi kingdom. He would have gone from here, been on the pinnacle post of Congress, where once chaired by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira ji, Rajiv ji, Sonia ji, Rahul ji. And we would have seen Rajasthan would have had a proud moment. Jodhpur would have felt extremely proud. But just because of these few people, of their insecurities, Mr. Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi ji, and whoever the 2-3 people involved in this, for their own insecurity, today he had to be sorry in front of the whole nation. He has lost, he taken a moral responsibility, and he said, I will not be contesting, because he's a very, very seasoned politician who understands that after 22 years, when they were making a propaganda of having a saying that it's a Gandhi, and everything rotates right Gandhis, a non-Gandhi president is needed for the country today. And that was happening. That was in BJP, didn't have anything to say. The Bharat Jodo has a movement at its core. They're all in a way stunned with what's happening with Congress. But in the middle of this, when it happened, he did understand that now if he takes over as Congress president, it is going to be difficult. It is going to, morally, he will not be able to take this. BJP will make a propaganda. So he stepped down and he said, I feel sorry. And whatever that he earned in 50 years, like a shuttle, came down in a second. So I think it's very, very unfortunate for the people, 2-3 people, for their own political insecurity that they
Divya, I want to ask you, as an MLA of Rajasthan, do you feel that Ashok Gehlot has the moral right to lead you anymore?
I won't be able to comment anything, it's all been left to Mrs. Gandhi, as I saw that he said whether you're going to be the chief minister or not. He's left it completely to Mrs. Gandhi. It's a decision that's going to be taken by the High Command. And it always has been. That was not something new I was expecting when you say who's going to take the decision. It is but obvious, even though the one-line resolution has not been passed, which he said has been failed, his leadership was questioned, which is very, very saddening. Mrs. Gandhi will take a call on what is going to be the next step, whether he's going to continue, whether there's going to be a new phase. But as you know, my stand from day one, whatever is decided by the Congress president, whatever is decided by the High Command, all MLAs are going to stick by it.
I want to ask you one quick question, Divya, before I let you go. That one-line resolution, as an MLA of Rajasthan, do you still want that to happen? Or is it now just left to the High Command? Because that's been the culture of the Congress. Is that what you're looking at now?
When I was listening to him, and when he said that he failed and for all his life he's going to be guilty for this, I don't know what have they spoken, what has been in the four corners of the wall, what was the conversation. Is it that they've left it completely to the Congress president, or will he call another CLP, lead and ask for a one-line resolution, which couldn't happen, and the events that folded? I don't know what it is. But eventually, a very sad and unfortunate day for Rajasthan. Over-smartness, miscalculation, absolutely these blue-eye boys who were the spoons have created all this ruckus. A man who builded his career for 45 years walking on the edge of the sword today is guilty. The other thing that I want to quote, Mr. Ashok Gehlot had quoted to India today, which was again printed, and he said, "Har galti कीमत मांगती है." और आज उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी गलती की कीमत चुकाई इन 4 व्यक्तियों या 3 व्यक्तियों की वजह से। पूरा जीवन उनका पाक साफ रहा। काजल की कोठरी में से निकले सफेद कुर्ते पे एक दाग नहीं था, और आज उनके दामन पे वो दाग लगा इनकी वजह से। ही एक्सेप्टेड कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, बट इनकी वजह से मेरी लीडरशिप पे क्वेश्चन हुआ। आई एम सॉरी। सो आई फील दीज पीपल अगेन, just for a handful of millets, these 2-3 people, they are not understanding for their own ministerial posts. They have lost the kingdom of India that Rajasthan.
Divya, I want to ask you, is there resentment and is there aversion? To what extent is that aversion to Sachin Pilot where Rajasthan MLAs are concerned?
I don't think when the Congress High Command decides and conveys what the decision is, everybody abides by it. It's the first time in history a Congress High Command's resolution, one-liner resolution, was not passed in India. And he understands. Mr. Gehlot for the first time said that I know what the pain I'm going through, because the previous evening he said choti moti baatein. It is not choti moti baatein. It is very, very grave, very, very deep. And that's why he understood and he came out and he said publicly that I'm sorry, I take the moral responsibility of this leadership. That's happened on my counterpart. I could not control it for whatever reasons. I should have been able to do it as I was leading as the chief minister. That has failed. So I don't know what happens, but everything that the Congress commands, the Congress president says, everybody will abide. The other thing that's happening, we're seeing a couple of press conferences in a day or two that's been coming out in the public domain. I think the chief minister will have to take a call. It's not going to be just a sorry. He will have to very sternly and strictly say, because he's lost everything overnight in those 4 hours on 26th evening. He lost everything. Today he stood sorry. A career where he thought he was a Gandhian principles that he had to lose being a Congress president. He's already been a chief minister for 3 years, 3 terms, sorry. And one more year of being on that chair does not make a difference. He would progress to be at that post, which he had to very sadly say, I'm sorry. It's because of these 3 people. And yet look at the audacity of these people who are again going and saying that we will resign if so-and-so becomes, what a harm have you done to somebody's career who had a long career of 50 years? What have they done?
Right.
And they're still not stopping. They're still not stopping for their own political interests. And again, when they're challenging this thing, we will put our resignation. It is a challenge to the Congress leadership. It is blackmailing. It is hand twisting. And it's not accepted in Congress by any Congress person. And I'm sure the Chief Minister is going to pull a full stop to this.
All right, Divya Maderna, appreciate you taking the time out and joining us. Thank you there. You've been extremely vocal, one of the very few MLAs who is vocal right now in the state of Rajasthan. And thank you for airing your views right here. Cutting across to Ashwini Kumar, former Union Minister, UPA government, former congressman, an old hand where Congress is concerned, was considered to be close to the Gandhis as well. Mr. Kumar, thank you for joining us. I want to ask you, sir, so much chaos going on in your party or in your ex-party, sir. How do you view it? What do you make of Ashok Gehlot first saying that it is a choti baat, now coming out and saying that he is sorry, he apologizes, ruling himself out of the presidential race? How do you sit back and view this?
Well, it is entirely according to script. I had predicted 2 days ago that after all that had happened in Rajasthan, there was no way Mr. Ashok Gehlot could contest the presidential election. At the same time, I can tell you, and which I said earlier as well, with 92 MLAs supporting him, there is no way that anyone other than either himself or his nominee can be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So that leaves Sachin Pilot out in the cold as far as the Chief Ministership of the state is concerned. But in the process, the takeaway is that both the office of the Congress President and the office of the Chief Minister have been diminished. This certainly could have been handled well. And I think a time has come when Congress must know that it has to conduct its internal politics differently in a manner that the leaders are elevated and the dignity of democratic politics is affirmed. That is the single most important challenge before the Congress leadership today, because this is not the last of the acts that we are seeing. You will see in the coming days many such things will happen, and they will have to be dealt with in a better manner.
Mr. Kumar, with what has gone down at least today, with Ashok Gehlot coming and apologizing, saying he'll abide by exactly what Sonia Gandhi says. If she wants to change the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, it's up to her. Now, the next course of action where at least Rajasthan is concerned. Do you see at one line resolution being passed? Do you see that entire exercise, that procedure happening again now in Rajasthan? Because that has been the culture of Rajasthan, something even Ashok Gehlot apologized for this afternoon that it could not happen. Do you see it happening?
Well, if Ashok Gehlot wants the resolution to be passed, it will be passed. And the understanding would be that after the authority is given to the Congress President, she will decide in favor of Ashok Gehlot. That has been the Congress way, and that is how it will be. I think nobody wanted to deny Ashok or can deny Ashok the office of the Chief Minister now, after he has publicly demonstrated support of the vast majority of Congress MLAs. The only ritual that has to be gone through is to invest the Congress President once again with her overriding authority to take the final call, which I do have reason to believe will be taken in favor of Mr. Ashok Gehlot.
Mr. Kumar, you worked very closely with Ashok Gehlot. You're called, or when you were with the Congress, you were called, or you could have been called the 1980s batch of congressmen, where all of you worked together. You've known Ashok Gehlot very clearly. Do you see this as a ploy by Ashok Gehlot himself, where he's pretty much gotten himself out of a position he didn't quite want? Do you see it as a win for Ashok Gehlot, or do you see this Ashok Gehlot taking a step back and the High Command now coming down heavily on him with the apology we saw this afternoon?
I think Ashok will get what he wants, but he will get it through the endorsement of the High Command.
So with what has gone down, Mr. Kumar, you think Ashok Gehlot never quite wanted the job? He was always reluctant, looked so, but never wanted the job of being president.
No, he never wanted to be the Congress president. He was a reluctant contender. I said it earlier. His main interest was to be in Rajasthan. He has publicly declared that he wants to serve Rajasthan till as long as he's in politics. And this is a crucial last year of his present tenure as chief minister, and he wants to deliver. And this is a legitimate expectation of any serving chief minister or any serious political functionary in the state. But the only thing is that somehow the ear to the ground was not there.
Who comes across looking worse, Mr. Kumar? You know, for what you've seen, a lot could have happened behind closed doors, which we've seen happen in public glare. Mockery, embarrassment, humiliation for the Congress as well. But even for Mr. Gehlot, how badly do you see the Congress messing up this time?
Yes, I think the way it was handled is not at all to be supported. I'm really surprised that there was so much mismanagement. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi is a lady of great restraint and wisdom, and she understands Congress people very well. I don't know who messed it up, how it got messed up. Probably nobody anticipated the kind of response that was received from the MLAs. Maybe that could be the reason. Normally, a one-line resolution is in accord with the Congress tradition and Congress practice. But I think, given Ashok Gehlot's known reluctance to contest the office of the president, to remain, they should have done it in a better way.
All right. Do you see this as a face saver for both?
Well, both sides might claim this to be as a face saver. I think the fact remains that both sides have not come out very well in the entire episode. And I think the Congress leadership has reason to be uncomfortable with the way it has spanned, the whole thing has come out. As far as the chief minister is concerned, in case he continues as chief minister, which I think he will, I think he has reason to have some comfort that whatever happened in Rajasthan has ultimately come out to be to his benefit.
Mr. Kumar, in all of this, you know, you were considered the old guard. Then there is a new guard. There's been always friction between the old and the new guard. What happens to Sachin Pilot here? He's been waiting in the wings, wanting to be CM, at least in the last final lap or the last final year. What happens to him?
You know, I've been too long in politics ever to write anybody's epitaph. I think Sachin has the future for him. He has many qualities. He is preeminently qualified to stake a bid to be the chief minister. But this time around, there is no way he can be the chief minister.
Mr. Kumar, when it now comes down to the presidential elections, Gehlot is ruled out. Do you see this as a contest between Tharoor versus Digvijaya Singh? And it seems that now the proverbial hand of the Congress, unofficially, High Command, is on Digvijaya Singh. Do you see that?
I don't know. Let's see till tomorrow. I don't know who else will file the nomination papers. Only when we know who are all the people who have filed the nomination papers till 3 p.m. tomorrow, only then can one hazard a guess who that person might be. Mr. Digvijaya Singh is a very senior politician, knows the organization, and he has worked his way up over the last several years. At the same time, you know, it is possible to take a view that his politics can polarize the polity further. This is a view which some people have, and I think with some legitimacy. But let us see how it turns out.
Mr. Kumar, there's only a night to go. What is the twist in the tail that you could expect right now at this juncture? It right now seems to be a direct thing between, or a contest between Mr. Tharoor and Mr. Digvijaya Singh.
That is how it appears to the people at large, but I won't be surprised if there is a twist in the tail. Anyway, one thing is clear. Nobody can become Congress president without the full support of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. That is one given. So whoever will want to seriously contest the office of the Congress president will have to have her tacit, moral, and active support.
All right, Mr. Kumar, thank you for taking the time out. Thank you for joining us. It's interesting. You have Mr. Ashwini Kumar, former congressman, say that there could be a twist in the tail tomorrow when it comes down to who all filed the nomination. Well, we'd be keeping a keen eye on that, getting you the latest. Thank you for joining us. Up next is Rahul Kanwal with News Track.
The government has extended its flagship Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana by another 3 months until the end of the year. The extension coincides with Gujarat Assembly elections and is expected to cost the central government an extra 44,000 crore rupees and would further dip into food stocks.
For 800 million poor spread across India, this festive season promises some relief. In a big move, the central government has extended the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana for a 7th time till 31st of December. The scheme, launched in March 2020 to help the poor tide over the COVID lockdowns, provides 5 kg of food grains per person every month, free to beneficiaries over and above the normal quota provided under the National Food Security Act at a highly subsidized rate of Rs 2 to 3 per kg. The scheme, originally intended for just 3 months, has already been extended 6 times. Around 3.45 lakh crore rupees has so far been spent on feeding the poor. The fresh 7th extension is expected to cost the exchequer another 44,762 crore rupees.
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना को अगले 3 महीने के लिए मंजूरी दी है, उसके विस्तार के लिए मंजूरी दी है। 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसका लाभ मिलता है।
Concerns have also been raised over the depleting levels of food stocks in the country and how the extension of the Anna Yojana will further strain the situation. The central procurement of wheat this year plunged to just 18.7 million tons from 43.3 million tons last year. The current wheat stocks in the country are at a 14-year low of 25 million tons. Rice stocks are also at a low of 24.6 million tons. Against this monthly offtake of this scheme is around 700,000 tons of wheat and 3.3 million tons of rice. This does not include the offtake under the older ration scheme, under which 20 lakh tons of wheat are distributed every month. There is also concern that rice procurement, which begins next month, may fall short of targets, affecting the overall food security of India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president's race after meeting with Sonia Gandhi, apologizes for what happened in Rajasthan over the weekend. Do all roads in the Congress still lead to 10 Janpath? Is Sonia Gandhi still controlling the levers of power in the party. That's going to be the big talking point on the news today. Also, a historic and path-breaking judgment on abortion in the Indian Supreme Court. Are Indian courts more progressive than the United States on issues like abortion? All that and much more on the news today.
Tell us about the car. Do you think this is the right time to bring in a Tata Tiago EV? You have already sold 425,000 vehicles in the ICE segment. Now this EV is here. Do you think that strategic timing has matched your expectations?
See, for quite some time we have been saying that we have the aspiration of bringing 10 products in the next 5 years. This is the fourth nameplate. We had a Nexon EV, we had a Tigor EV, we had a fleet segment product which was Express T, and we have this fourth product which is coming. We had also said that out of these 10 products will be a different affordability point with more range options and more importantly different body styles, because consumers in India have very nuanced tastes and very different tastes, and their preferences for body style is quite different. So we wanted to have all these representative body style already covered. So we had first come with an Nexon EV which was an SUV, then we came with a sedan, and now we have launched a hatch. This hatch is the most accessible vehicle, at the same time ensuring that the premium quotient of electric vehicle and the aspiration that is now around electric vehicle is done full justice. That's why we have come with very premium features which are not seen in hatches like telematics and automatic climate control. Many features have been given. So I think this is going to really disrupt the market, because this matches the need of the electric vehicle customers. At the same time, it comes at a price which is pretty close to what you would get in this segment in an ICE world also for an automatic car. So I think this is going to really take the benefit of, as you rightly said, the ICE which is already successful, the Tiago ICE, because of its stylish design, best-in-class safety, very agile driving experience. It will build on that. It will take it to the next level. I think it will add to the volumes of Tiago, which is already strong.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, co-presented by Century Ply, आग से बचाए, co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion बड़े आराम से.
The latest information coming in right at the top of News Track tonight is that Congress leader Sachin Pilot has reached the residence of Congress President Sonia Gandhi. This is a crucial meeting where it is likely that it will be decided whether or not Sachin Pilot will get to be Chief Minister of Rajasthan. It's a post he desperately wants to be on. Also, K.C. Venugopal, the organizational general secretary of the Congress party, also at 10 Janpath, Sonia Gandhi's residence. Earlier this afternoon, Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan chief minister, went and apologized to Sonia Gandhi for the fiasco from earlier in the week, saying that he was deeply apologetic for what happened. All the action on that big Congress political drama playing out live on the news track tonight.
Congress desert storm sweeps Delhi. Party president poll an unending saga. Gehlot bows out.
कल परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा.
New contender enters race. Will it be Tharoor versus Digvijaya now? Series of meetings and suspense. Kaun banega King Kong? Big focus on News Track.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Congress desert storm in Rajasthan far from over. Sonia Gandhi to decide between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot within the next 2 days. Huge step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. Back-to-back blasts inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured. NIA investigates. Big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah ruled out after he sustains a back injury. Ashok Gehlot or Sachin Pilot, who will it be? I want to go across live to our correspondent Mausmi Singh. She joins us from 10 Janpath. Sachin Pilot reaching a while ago to meet with Sonia Gandhi. This is where it's likely that it will be decided whether or not Sachin gets that job he so desperately covets. Mausmi, is it going to be Sachin Pilot or Ashok Gehlot? What are you picking up from inside 10 Janpath?
Rahul, I can tell you one thing, that it is actually a period of decision making. Next 48 hours will decide the fate of who is going to remain or become the new Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But yes, 10 Janpath, the address where we saw the 2 arch rivals come and visit Sonia Gandhi in a meeting in 1 day. Hours later, Sachin Pilot has just entered, and this is a time when we do know that Sonia Gandhi is deliberating and mulling over whether Ashok Gehlot will remain the Chief Minister. Now that is a decision which Ashok Gehlot had actually left it on Sonia Gandhi. The road ahead for Sachin Pilot is also not easy, and in the midst of it all, the Congress party has issued a diktat that any leader in Rajasthan speaking publicly against another leader, action will be taken against them. So there is an attempt perhaps to quell down the dissent and quell down the tussle that is rolling out in Rajasthan. But yes, deliberations are on, and we know that senior leaders are advising Sonia Gandhi on the decision whether it is going to be Sachin Pilot or Ashok Gehlot. But odds still heavily stacked in favor of Ashok Gehlot, Rahul, for the reason that, the Congress doesn't want to mess around with Rajasthan at a point when the president polls are just going on. And on the other hand, Gujarat and Himachal elections also around the corner. So these two things make the odds in favor of Ashok Gehlot, but we will have to wait and see.
Okay, a series of meetings, unending suspense, the process of choosing a non-Gandhi Congress president has turned into a daily soap opera. There's drama, emotions and twists after twists. Today, the man originally picked by the Gandhis to take on the Congress's top job, Ashok Gehlot, opted out of the race. This after the surprise entry of Digvijaya Singh, who will now be taking on Shashi Tharoor. Here's a look at all the top developments on what's going on within the Congress.
A drama in Jaipur explodes into a crisis. And the crisis finally upsets the party presidency apple cart in New Delhi. Tipped to become the next chief of the Indian National Congress as early as last week with the blessings of the High Command, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot walked out of the race on Thursday.
कल परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रिस्पांसिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है.
His brief announcement came after he met party president Sonia Gandhi at her 10 Janpath residence in Delhi. Gehlot formally apologized for all that unfolded in Jaipur in the past days. He expressed regrets that he was unable to fulfill the High Command's wishes, apparently regarding his replacement in Rajasthan.
मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है. 1 लाख के प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है, आप सबको मालूम है. दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया.
The High Command, however, will take the final call.
Now, Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, or he is left it to Congress President?
That decision Congress person will take within 1 or 2 days.
With Gehlot stepping out, here enters another veteran into the game.
Nomination file करेंगे?
अभी तो कुछ तय नहीं किया मैंने. 30 तक इंतजार करिए क्या होता है.
The 75-year-old Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra down south and showed up in New Delhi a day later to announce plans to file his nomination for party presidency.
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
Meantime, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, a probable candidate for party presidency, tweeted out this picture. His lines candid enough, suggesting the election exercise could just be a ritual. Tharoor declared it a friendly contest between colleagues.
2 powerful addresses, 8 civil lines in Jaipur and 10 Janpath in Delhi changed the political scenario in the Congress party with 2 meetings. It was here that Ashok Gehlot, standing with K.C. Venugopal, declared that he was out of the race for the president. Conspicuous by his absence was Rajasthan in charge Ajay Makhan, thereby underlining the fact that distance between the Rajasthan leadership and the party high command had grown manifold in the past few days.
Back in the Gehlot camp, the chief minister's loyalists blew hot and cold. Some vouched for the high command supremacy.
अशोक गहलोत जी ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, यदि सोनिया गांधी जी उनसे कुछ भी कहेगी तो वो उनकी कोई बात टाल नहीं सकते. वो मैंने उनके खुद के मुंह से सुनी है कि मैं मैडम को कोई भी चीज मना नहीं कर सकता. ये मैं जानता हूँ.
जो ये तानाशाह बैठे हैं केंद्र सरकार में.
Others warned of a full-blown rebellion in case the rival camp took over.
कर्नाटक सारे विधायकों में आक्रोश था कि जो लोग सरकार गिराने में सम्मिलित थे, अगर उनमें से किसी को आज सीएम बनाने की बात आती है तो उन्होंने अपना आक्रोश व्यक्त किया कि हम सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारे अधिकार सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारी सरकार सुरक्षित नहीं है.
An election to install a non-Gandhi at the helm of Congress in almost a quarter century overshadowed by the political storm in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan.
It seems like the Congress party has reworked its strategy when it comes to the Congress presidential elections. But the question is, has the storm in the state of Rajasthan died down or will it come back roaring? In New Delhi with Mosmi Singh, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
A short while ago, Rajdeep Sardesai and Mosmi Singh spoke to Digvijaya Singh to try and get a sense of what was going on in the mind of Digiraja.
Okay, you are with India Today. I am with my colleague Mosmi Singh, who covers the Congress, and with us is Digvijaya Singh, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Member of Parliament, who's created a bit of a flutter by deciding to contest for the Congress presidentship. You know, Digvijaya Singh ji, your smile is very, very tricky because we don't know whether you are a serious candidate, non-serious candidate. What really is going on in the mind of Digvijaya Singh?
I'll tell you a very interesting story. When in a central hall, someone said that Vidyachar Shukla ji was there. He said, someone else said, "Bhai, देखिए Arjun Singh ji का दिमाग पता लगाना. It's very difficult to find what is going on in Mr. Arjun Singh ji's mind. If you put a straight, I would say, steel rod, it will come in circles." So then someone said, "Bhai, Digvijay Singh के दिमाग में क्या होगा?" तो विद्याचरण जी शुक्ला said कि उसके दिमाग से क्या निकलेगा कुछ पता नहीं पड़ता.
तो वही हो रहा है.
So you're following in Arjun Singh's footsteps, is it? That you're keeping everyone guessing, but you are contesting. That's clear. Yes. And why have you suddenly decided to contest? Because Mosmi and I were here 2 weeks ago or a month ago, and you said, I will only contest if no one else is available, no good candidate. Suddenly you've decided to contest. What does that say?
Rajdeep, my mentor Arjun Singh ji always said, politics is an art of the possible. One person has to assess the political parameters in which any task is possible, and then he has to take a decision.
So you're saying you're going step by step. You will rethink again when the nomination dates are over. You will rethink again before the date of withdrawal. Are you serious or not serious?
In politics, the way the politics move, you have seen that in Rajasthan. You may say it again.
No, so was it what happened in Rajasthan, the manner in which Mr. Gehlot was accused of undermining the High Command, that is what changed your mind, that you now decided if Mr. Gehlot is not the candidate, then I am ready. Is that true?
You see, the point is, as I said earlier, politics is an art of the possible. If there is a possibility that there is a chance for me, so I decided to contest.
Or did you think that if Mr. Gehlot, after doing whatever he did, is the candidate, then, as you said earlier, you were not happy with that candidature, and that's why you came to take your nomination papers, because the pictures were rolling out at the same time. You collected your nomination paper, and thereafter Ashok Gehlot landed at 10 Janpath. Was it pressure politics that was at full play, and that was actually pushed by the Gandhis?
As far as I know, I had decided to file my nomination yesterday afternoon. So I took a flight and came here. And then I went to AICC to collect my nomination papers. And I will be filing my nomination tomorrow.
What is the Gandhi's role in all of this? Because everybody believes that somewhere this is a fixed match. Whoever becomes president can only become if Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra decide. Is that true or not? That they will decide.
Why don't you believe when Sonia ji, Priyanka ji and Rahul ji, all three say the same thing, that none of the Gandhi family is going to contest, and they have kept their word. And they have kept the field open. And therefore, I think, tell me any political party which has given such a wide kind of a canvas for anyone to walk in.
No, but what is your role? What is the role of the Gandhi family? All of you are going to 10 Janpath, virtually taking the permission of Sonia Gandhi, meeting Rahul Gandhi before you all decide to contest. So what is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family?
Rajdeep, have I gone to 10 Janpath?
The others have. So what is the role of...
No, have I?
Well, the others have, including Shashi Tharoor. I will ask you this. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhis in this election? I mean, is Rahul Gandhi the face? He's on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family in this election?
And
They
also
shall.
adding to that,
They
it's too good. It's unbelievable that you leave the Bharat Jodo Yatra and come without even consulting or speaking to any of the Gandhi family members.
Nehru Gandhi family are the leaders of this party.
There is so much to talk about tonight. Will it be Sachin Pilot? Will he finally have his chance? Will the Jadugar Ashok Gehlot find some way of staying on as CM as he'd like to? What kind of president would Digvijaya Singh make? He could be the Congress's worst nightmare, or he could be just the panacea the Congress is desperately looking for. He's wily, he's Machiavellian, but he also shoots his mouth off and oftentimes gets him and his party into trouble. Does Shashi Tharoor have a chance, or is he really using this election to up his national standing and play a role? They're hugging there in that image, but play a role in the next president's team, much bigger than he otherwise would have had. Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. He's been out and about Lutyens, Delhi, as it were, trying to get a sense of which way the story is moving. We've got Rashid Kidwai, one of the most consummate observers of the Congress party. Sanjay Jha, in, out, once things change, maybe back in again. Two special guests on this broadcast. We've got Divya Maderna. She is an MLA from Rajasthan. Rajendra Chaudhary also joins us. So it's important to hear what the voices on the ground are having to say. For perspective, I have Sudhindra Kulkarni, and from the BJP, letting the Congress do all the fighting is Zayyad Zafar Islam. So, Rajdeep, let's start with you. Gehlot or Sachin Pilot? Who will be the Rajasthan Chief Minister?
I think as of now, for now, Ashok Gehlot remains Chief Minister.
So, what's Sonia telling Sachin?
You know, I have absolutely no idea what goes beyond the walls of 10 Janpath. What I do know is from a top Congress source that for now, despite K.C. Venugopal claiming that the decision on Mr. Gehlot's future will be taken in the next 2 days, I don't see, based on what the conversations I have had, Mr. Gehlot being replaced right away, if at all. Certainly not in the next few weeks, till this Congress president's election is over. The Congress doesn't want to open a new front until the issue of who becomes the next Congress president is settled, which should be settled by the 19th of October. So, Rahul, my sense at the moment is that you've got a party which is at the moment fighting on too many fronts. And until they can first settle this issue of Congress president, the Rajasthan Congress issue of who becomes chief minister or whether Mr. Gehlot stays on has been kept on the pause button. Let's be clear. Ashok Gehlot still commands the support of the majority of the MLAs. Ashok Gehlot is a 3-time chief minister, has got considerable resources. Mr. Pilot, on the other hand, still is someone who doesn't have the same number of MLAs that Mr. Gehlot has. Should that change because of the changing equations in Delhi, because the High Command throws its weight publicly tomorrow in favor of Mr. Pilot, we don't know whether that will happen. Should that happen, things could change. But for now, Ashok Gehlot, Rahul, is almost certain to stay on as Rajasthan Chief Minister.
Maderna,
that's his
you
comfort
agree with
zone.
that at this moment, it's almost impossible, or at least very difficult, for the Congress to be able to shuffle the pack in Rajasthan. They'd rather let things be, let Ashok Gehlot stay Chief Minister and ask Sachin Pilot to wait to fight another day.
Hi, Rahul. You know, it's a very sad, very unfortunate day. I hail from Jodhpur, and so does the Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot. I've known him for good 35 years. I was seeing his press briefing this afternoon, and when he said he took the moral responsibility for his leadership failure, he said, I might not be involved, I'm not involved, but whoever might have done, I as a Chief Minister, I as a CLP leader take the moral responsibility and I back out from the Congress president. I feel very sad, you know. He could have been on the pinnacle post of Congress where he himself started from an NSUI president, from a common family, 45 to 50 years of politics, absolutely clean, a seasoned man, 3 times Chief Minister, a Gandhi loyalist, die-hard Gandhian principles that he followed. I think just a handful of milists made him lose the kingdom of India. These 2-3 people who called the shots only for their political insecurity, today he had to stand. And the other thing I'd like to quote, on India Today specifically, he made a statement which was printed also, "Har galti कीमत मांगती है." Today when he was briefing, I was very saddened because I thought a man from Jodhpur, somebody would lead the Congress party at a post where Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru was there, Indira Gandhi was there, Sonia ji was there, Rahul ji was there. Rajasthan will have a proud moment. Jodhpurites will have a proud moment. But, you know, he took it's a great, I would applaud him that he went out on the public platform, he took the moral responsibility and backed out. But a very sad and unfortunate day.
As a young leader from Rajasthan, you'd like to see the young Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister, Divya? You're essentially suggesting you'd like to see Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister, but the MLAs don't back him.
I've been very blunt. I've been very blunt of my opinion. I don't belong to Mr. Gehlot's group. I don't belong to Pilot's group. I don't do the politics of groupism. I am a die-hard loyalist. I would abide by what the Congress president says. I don't know, you know, the whole ruckus happened. Mr. Markan and the Observer, Mr. Khadke, had come down to pass a one-line resolution. They, after the resolution, made it very clear they will be meeting each MLA one-on-one. And whatever their sentiments are, it'll be conveyed. It's not that somebody after a one-line resolution will bulldoze it. That's never happened. All that majority in vote, whoever that is, it'll be conveyed to the Congress president in a consensus with the confidence of the sitting Chief Minister. I'm sure there would have been outcome of the new Chief Minister. So this ruckus created by 2-3 people that this is happening, that is happening, it's never happened. No names are announced before one-line resolution. No names are announced for a Chief Minister without having and the sentiments of the MLAs conveyed to the Congress leadership, and it's all concerned. You know, what is sad is that they went outside the party forum and they were vocal about it.
Okay.
Today, Mrs. Gandhi names somebody as the Chief Minister, everybody will be abiding that as a Congress loyalist.
राजेंद्र चौधरी, क्या आपको लगता है कि सचिन पायलट को नंबर फाइनली आ सकता है या गहलोत ही बने रहेंगे जैसे राजदीप कह रहे हैं अभी राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर?
देखिए, मैं आपकी चर्चा को सुन रहा था और मैं राजस्थान की राजनीति में पिछले 40 साल से ज्यादा से हूं और अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ फर्स्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, उनके साथ कैबिनेट में मिनिस्टर था मैं, और अभी मैं वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हूं और पायलट साहब के साथ भी मैं 7 साल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहा। और राजस्थान का जहां तक सवाल है, हम राजस्थान की जनता क्या चाहती है, जब अशोक जी चीफ मिनिस्टर थे सेकंड टर्म में, तब हमारी कांग्रेस की सीटें केवल 21 पर रह गई थी और उसके बाद में सोनिया गांधी जी ने सचिन पायलट जी को जिम्मेदारी दी और उन्होंने राजस्थान में हाड़ तोड़ मेहनत की और वो 21 सीटों से 100 सीटों तक पहुंचाया। और उसके बाद में कांग्रेस नेतृत्व ने उस समय भी एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ, आला कमान पे छोड़ते हैं, और आला कमान ने अशोक जी के नेतृत्व दिया, उनको मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी दी और सचिन पायलट जी को उप मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी दी। और पायलट साहब ने कांग्रेसमैन के नाते बहुत सहृदयता से इस जिम्मेदारी को स्वीकार किया, कोई विरोध नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। और 6 महीने बाद में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होते हैं, तब हम 25 की 25 सीटें हार जाते हैं राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की लोकसभा की। उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के पुत्र जोधपुर से बुरी तरह से हारते हैं, 3.25 लाख वोटों से। अशोक जी अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र से 44,000 से हारते हैं, उनके पुत्र अपने खुद के बूथ से हार जाते हैं और राजस्थान में केवल 11 सीटों पर कांग्रेस आगे रहती है, जहां से कांग्रेस के एमएलए जीते हैं। तो ये जनता का फैसला आ गया 6 महीने बाद में ही। ऐसा सरकार ने कौन सा 6 महीने में गलत काम कर दिया कि जनता ने मुंह मोड़ लिया पार्टी से? तो ये सोचने की जरूरत है, ऐसा क्यों हुआ?
That's interesting. Two people, Rajdeep, largely seen as being close to Sachin Pilot, speaking out publicly, the Gehlot camp under pressure and quiet for the moment.
No,
Does that
I'm not close to Sachin Pilot.
Yes, Divya, I understand that. Now you said that, but you also made a few points which kind of suggest...
Subject to correction, Congress loyalist.
Okay, fine. Subject to correction, Congress loyalist, she insists.
No suggestion.
No,
Absolute Congress
I think in a way, what you're hearing from Divya and from Rajendra Chaudhary, particularly from Divya, is a reflection that there are a large number of people who will go along with what the High Command says. this is still a party of the high command culture, and it's not just the Congress, even the BJP tomorrow. Let's say there was a faction fight in some corner of the country. What Mr. Modi decides eventually prevails. Modi Shah, whether it's Hemanta Biswa Sarma versus a Sarbanand Sonowal, eventually what the high command decides is what the party has to accept. The BJP high command has the huge advantage, Rahul, of being in power at the center. The Congress doesn't. Therefore, this is now a test. How far would Sonia Gandhi go to actually downsize Mr. Gehlot? And I don't think she can go far enough because, as I said, Mr. Gehlot still commands the support of a majority of the MLAs. Sachin Pilot's revolt of 2 years ago still haunts him in many ways. And number three, I think the Congress is going through this phase, which is yet to be complete, of the old guard giving way to new. That may change 3-4 months down the line. So therefore, it is very possible that come 2023 election year in Rajasthan, we could see a new face, given the fact that Mr. Gehlot himself seems to have indicated that, he is not unwilling to effect a generational change. But will that happen right away? I don't think so.
Rashid Kidwai, what are your many sources in the Congress telling you? Will it be Gehlot? Will it be Sachin Pilot? What's Sonia Gandhi telling Pilot just now?
Rahul, it's very simple. The Congress has a age-old motto: "Thanda karke khao." The moment Congress High Command gains an upper hand, you see there will be a change of government. I think Mr. Ashok Gehlot is living as a chief minister on borrowed time. The Congress at no point of time for the last 30 years has had a chief minister who had a support on his own. It's not like Arvind Kejriwal or MK Stalin. So let's get that straight. Divya ji has been nice enough not to mention, what had happened with between our grandfather and Mr. Ashok Gehlot, and how Mr. Gehlot was a beneficiary in spite of not having any kind of majority support in the CLP. So there are a lot of precedences are there. I think Mr. Gehlot has fallen from grace in the eyes of the Congress High Command. The Congress MLAs in Rajasthan will take a note of it. It's a matter of time. I agree with Rajdeep that Congress would not want to open front on many this thing when the Congress elections are there. But close to Diwali, around Diwali, I think it's a time when we see some action in Rajasthan.
Okay, so now it essentially comes down to that big battle. Digvijaya Singh versus Shashi Tharoor. Sanjay Jha, who are you batting for? Is Digvijaya Singh the Congress's worst nightmare, or is he just the kind of Machiavelli a desperate Congress needs at this moment?
Well, Rahul, in all honesty, I know both of them personally well. I have worked with them. In fact, Digvijaya Singh and I started the social media department, as we used to call it. It was just a ragtag group in 2013 together. But I think there could be a third candidate. So please do not rule out yet a consensus candidate emerging. I still believe that you haven't seen the end of it all. There is going to be speculation that Digvijaya Singh is being backed by the pro-Gandhi or the establishment, etc. But I think that matter is still up in the air. As a candidate, definitely Shashi Tharoor brings in excellent credentials to be the Congress president. Digvijaya Singh, as you rightly mentioned in the introduction, is a veteran. He knows how to work the engines in the political ecosystem. Yes, it's also true that he has been accused of very often making a few rather outrageous observations. But who doesn't make mistakes in politics? But I do believe that the Congress is probably going to work on a model where the leader has to be acceptable across the board. And you have to have a leader who looks into the future. So, I think this is still pretty much up in the air.
But let's look at brass tacks. Shashi Tharoor is not the kind of person who will be able to work the phones across the country. He doesn't have that kind of penetration in the Congress machinery. Even the Kerala Congress had many people speaking out against him. I mean, many people watching India Today TV might like somebody like Shashi Tharoor to be president, but he's not really an organizational man, Sanjay.
Rahul, the truth is that the Congress people need to know, and especially the delegates who are going to vote, that you need a Congress president who can make you win elections, who can draw crowds, who can influence opinion, who engages very actively with the media, and who at the end of the day is aggressive and ambitious. So I think for me, these would be the criteria. Somebody willing to burn the midnight oil, but not allowing a single day to be wasted. You got to make every day count in politics. And I do agree with you that, everybody has their strength and shortcomings, but please do not rule out Shashi just because he's an intellectual, an author, English speaking, articulate, Oxford's, a savvy urban elite kind of a person. I've seen Shashi in many a forum. I've been with him on them where he's able to charm people across the board. So I think it all depends.
You met Shashi today. What did he say? Do you think he can work the lines, do what Digvijay can? Shashi versus Digvijay. Who's going to be the better president?
If the Congress were to become an all-new party, Shashi Tharoor would have a chance. But the Congress, is like it or not, the more things change, the more they remain the same. And it was interesting. I was at both the houses today. At Shashi Tharoor's house, lots of the All India Professional Congress, lawyers, a couple of doctors, young people around Shashi Tharoor, 8, 10,
None of whom are in the electoral college, I assume.
Yeah, none of them are delegates, unfortunately, but all of them are Congress supporters.
Yeah, but they're not voting. They're not voting.
Like the idea to have Shashi Tharoor as this, as a new face, as someone who's a disruptor. At Digvijaya Singh's house, all the old Congress guard was coming. Narayan Swamy, former Puducherry Chief Minister, rushing towards him, hugging Digvijaya Singh. Sir, I'm seeing you after so many days. I'm so happy. So you can see, there is an old guard of the Congress who's comfortable with the Digvijaya Singh because he knows, as you rightly said, how to work the system. And there's the new Congress, those who are aligning themselves to the Congress, who like the idea that Shashi Tharoor, bright, foreign educated, someone who speaks a language which the middle class perhaps can connect with. They like to be.
But the majority of the voters don't need.
That's right. So I think that's what I said. Given the nature of the delegates controlled by state bodies, if it's only Digvijay Singh versus Shashi Tharoor, and I don't rule out the possibility of a wild card coming up tomorrow, if it's just between the two of them, it'll be advantage Digvijay Singh.
Sudhindra Kulkarni, you're listening in to all these confabulations playing out in the Congress. Digvijay Singh versus Shashi Tharoor. Who do you think is likely to steer the Congress into the future in a manner in which the party will finally be able to give the BJP at least a meaningful fight?
It is the electoral college of the Congress party to decide who will be the next president. But a very interesting transformation is taking place in the Congress party, which on the whole is democratic, and it should be welcomed. Welcome for two reasons. One, Congress is the only other national pole in Indian politics. And if this second pole is not strengthened, if it doesn't revitalize itself, then India is in danger of descending into a one-party authoritarian rule, which is not good for India. It's not good for India's democracy. The second reason why it should be welcomed is that for the first time after a quarter century, the Congress has decided to have a president outside the Nehru family. And this decision is taken by none other than Rahul Gandhi himself. Almost every Congress leader was pleading Rahul to be president again, but he declined, which means that now the Congress is going in the direction of democratization, and any process of democratization brings with it a certain degree of convulsion, confusion, chaos. Some of it was avoidable, but nevertheless, the Congress party is mature enough to overcome this current convulsion. And I'm sure that irrespective of who becomes a president, on the whole, democratization of Congress has begun and it should be welcomed.
Rashid Kidwai, can the Gandhis trust Digvijay Singh in the long run? They saw what happened with Ashok Gehlot, where at the first opportunity, he flexed his muscles and didn't do what the High Command would have liked to. Digvijay Singh, much more than Ashok Gehlot, is his own man. He has his own self-image, his own perception. He is an erstwhile Maharaja and therefore isn't quite as pliable as an Ashok Gehlot may be expected to be. Can he be trusted by the Gandhis, or once he's president, would that not matter as much? Rashid?
Yeah, I think Rahul, there is a way to find out, which way wind is blowing. Tomorrow itself, the number of, sets of, nominations are filed. If there are going to be 10 sets filed in favor of Digvijay Singh, then you would know that Digvijay Singh is the kind of, has a patronage of the Congress High Command, and he's going to be the candidate. If one set of nomination is filed, then that person is treading on very thin ice. I think Digvijay Singh knows the art of being on the right side at the right time. All this Maharaja thing and all, he has no illusions about himself. He knows. You must remember how he sided with P.V. Narasimha Rao when he keeps saying, even today he was telling Rajiv Sardesai that Arjun Singh was his mentor. But when Tiwari Congress was formed, he just dished him hard and dry. So this is Digvijay Singh. I think he's a politician. He's a one politician, Rahul, who has won Nagar Palika election. He became a Nagar Palika chairman to, Lok Sabha MP, MLA, minister. So he has seen it all.
Okay, Zafar Islam is sending me a message saying, "Mujhe mauka nahi de rahe," but you hardly have any need to speak. The Congress is fighting, they're imploding. You're just sitting back, Zafar bhai, and watching the fun.
No, Rahul, I thought, as you are thinking, that I have nothing to say because that's their internal matter. Should I stay back, or should I stay put, or should I exit from this show? That's what I asked
Tell me, what are you making of all these shenanigans that we are seeing in the Congress? Is this your best case scenario playing out? Or on a more serious note, do you think with Rahul Gandhi not in charge, with somebody wily and crafty like a Digvijaya Singh, he'll work the phones, he'll have people call him, he'll be giving them answers in a time-bound fashion, that the Congress could potentially finally spring to life and challenge your party? Is that a concern?
Not at all. In fact, Rahul, you have 3 people from Congress party. All of them have spoken. They all have spoken and expressed their opinion, which is quite different from each other. They all draw comfort from the party high command or the first family. And if first family is not at the driving force, then probably the party will cease to exist. That because everyone knows that they draw strength from the first family. Here, I have heard all 3 spokespersons from the Congress party. Divya is somebody who appeared to be a disciplined soldier of the party. But she is in minority at this point in time in Congress, because everyone has their own opinion and they are trying to demonstrate what strength they bring to the table, and this is what Gehlot has demonstrated. Gehlot ji has demonstrated that today High Command has no relevance in current context and
if it didn't have any relevance, he wouldn't be going and apologizing to Sonia Gandhi. So it does have some relevance.
No,
maybe not the same kind as earlier, but it definitely had some position.
He just followed his own script. It was a stunt, and in this case, it has not backfired on him. It has actually worked in his favor and against the party high command, the acting high command. Today, Sonia has nothing to say. I mean, what will she say? Because he wants to continue to be as chief minister. What Rajiv said is right, that he will continue as the chief minister of Rajasthan, and he will not give the opportunity to likes of Sachin Pilot, who is much more capable than Mr. Gehlot is. And as rightly pointed out by one of the Congress spokesperson, that when Congress was in really bad shape, Sachin Pilot has worked tirelessly for 5 years and delivered a result which was everyone to see. But he has been ignored.
So Zafar Islam clearly Rahul batting Gandhi for Sachin Pilot. Very interesting that Rajdeep.
No, I'm not batting
both seen Digvijay Singh for a very long time.
But all I want to tell you, Rahul, just last sentence, all I want to tell you that Congress acting president, she is overly concerned about young, dynamic person from Congress rank and file should come up, because he will be challenging to her own son, Rahul Gandhi. That's why likes of Sachin Pilot have not been given the opportunity which he deserves.
Okay,
that is what I'm trying to tell you.
You and I have both seen Digvijay Singh for many years now. One part of me tells me he is just what the Congress needs. He's wily, he's jugadu, he's Machiavellian, he knows how to work the systems, he has IOUs on people, he'll respond to people in time, he'll massage their egos, get them to work, lago, karo. Another part says he'll shoot his mouth off, take on the RSS, be seen as being pro-Muslim, all the comments about 2611 being an RSS conspiracy, etc. will come out, and that he will box the Congress even further in than it is. Is he the Congress's worst nightmare or the panacea they're waiting for?
I think the jury's out. He's a fit 75, But as you're right, he will, in a way, take the battle ideologically into the BJP RSS scam, constantly target Hindutva politics. That is, in a way, his USP. Now, does the Congress believe that's the direction in which they want to go? Because a narrative is being attempted by Rahul Gandhi on this Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is not so RSS-centric, instead focusing on economic issues, talking of concentration of power. So Rahul Gandhi is talking about left-of-center narrative when it comes to economic issues, while Digvijaya Singh's primary target will be Hindutva politics. Will the two of them therefore be able to take the Congress in a common direction? We don't know. But should Digvijaya Singh become the Congress president, he is an active politician. As Rashid Kidwai put it, right from the Nagar Palika level he's come up. So he's got lots of IOUs around, he's got a strong network, lots of connections, will be able to work very effectively with possibly other opposition leaders, especially those from his generation, Mamta Banerjee's, the Sharad Pawars. So all that could happen. But whether he can actually be able to organizationally take the Congress bottom up, because that's really what the Congress needs. The Congress's biggest challenge is at the moment they just can't compete with the BJP's booth management system. Can Digvijaya Singh therefore be the person in the background building the Congress booth level up? The jury is
Sanjay
out.
Jai, your sense on that? How good an organizational man is he? The Congress lost after 2 terms of Digvijaya Singh in power in Madhya Pradesh, struggled to come back, came back briefly under Kamal Nath, but essentially was in the wilderness for a while. Can he build the Congress bottom up nationally, or would Shashi do that better?
I've worked with both of them, so I can tell you this for a fact that the biggest attribute, a huge positive for both Shashi and Digvijay Singh, is the fact that they are very people friendly, highly accessible. Digvijay Singh responds to your SMS very, very quickly, as will Shashi. And I think, both of them, in a great number of ways that you were debating earlier with Rajdeep, will take the battle to the BJP camp on the issue of Hindutva. Please ignore some comments that maybe Digvijay's made earlier, but I think both Shashi and Digvijay will challenge this BJP's perception of being the custodian of the Hindu religion. I think they will take this Hindutva versus Hinduism debate to its logical conclusion.
Okay.
I think both of them recognize that if you don't bite the bullet on this debate, the BJP actually rides home by continuing to segregate politics and attract the majoritarian vote. And I do think that will be challenged by both Shashi and Digvijay.
People don't think of Shashi Tharoor as being a wily politician, but what he's done, Rajdeep, very smartly here, is that by offering to contest, or by saying he'll contest, he's enhanced his national standing. So what could potentially happen is that he may end up better off than he would have if he was just staying on as MP, maybe Digvijay Singh as captain, Shashi potentially as a vice captain, as say a working president, but with a pan-India presence, more than would have been possible just as a Thiruvananthapuram MP.
Congress has a lot of talent, but the Congress is unable to use its talent because it's stuck like some kind of aging dinosaur in a very old way of operating politics. Why doesn't the Congress have a proper shadow cabinet, for example? You could have Shashi Tharoor would be a very effective sort of foreign policy counterpart to what, let's say a Dr. Jaishankar says. So you can have all of that. I have misgivings about Shashi Tharoor's ability to build an organization at the moment, because the Congress party on the ground is a very different
party. But he can't be worse than Rahul Gandhi.
No, look.
He has to, no matter what comes, would be better than Rahul Gandhi.
Look, Rahul Gandhi comes with the huge advantage of the Gandhi surname, which for the Congress is a magnet. Shashi Tharoor has the advantage of being an outsider, and therefore
people respect.
You cannot target
he has his
him
own
as a
professional
Namda.
standing.
You see,
everyone,
he's a meritocrat.
When you talk about Rahul Gandhi, they'll say, apart from the fact that you're Gandhi, who are you? You're no one.
Shashi Tharoor's big advantage is for the English-speaking audiences, for urban audiences, for a middle-class audience, which cuts across sometimes the Hindi-English divide. He's a meritocrat. You see,
Shashi spoke to Rajdeep in Hindi today. You'll see that out tomorrow. He thinks, Rajdeep, each time we speak to him, that his Hindi is very good. We keep saying his Hindi is no good. He says, Meri Hindi achhi hai. I insist on speaking to Aaj Tak.
No, and again, the thing is, Rahul, that what comes through it is someone who is willing to improve. If you look at Shashi Tharoor 15 years ago, when he first entered politics, and today, you can see someone who has made a conscious effort to try and understand how Indian politics work. Look at the number of private member bills he puts out in Parliament. Look at his work as a parliamentarian. Very, very good, solid work. He's worked hard at Thiruvananthapuram. He's won 3 times. Not easy. So therefore, I think Shashi Tharoor shouldn't be underestimated. He's also very good with languages. You know, he made an interesting comment when I said to him, what about your Hindi? How will you survive in the Hindi heartland? He said, could you ask some of the Hindi heartland politicians to learn a few South Indian languages? So you see, you know, at the end of the day, he'll be quick with his responses. So, you know, you could have a team Congress. I think the Congress has one advantage over the BJP because the BJP focuses so much on Mr. Modi and Mr. Modi is this larger than life figure. You could have team Congress versus Mr. Modi. Is the Congress ready for that? I really don't know.
It's an interesting battle.
And whether the Gandhis are ready for that. You see, all of this is incumbent on the Gandhis actually walking the talk.
No,
it's
but
all
it's
very
not
well
so
at the
difficult.
moment.
Rahul Gandhi likes going abroad so often. He can just go abroad and take a really long break. He doesn't need to bang his head in politics.
No,
Let those who are more passionate do the job.
No, Rahul Gandhi has to be part of this team Congress. They all have
No, but he
roles
doesn't
to
need
play.
to be stuck working 24/7. He can go off to Europe or wherever else he wants to every once in a while without it being an albatross around his neck. Digvijaya Singh, much more a 24/7 politician. He also relishes it. He enjoys it. Let the man do what he enjoys. Let Mr. Gandhi do what he enjoys. I think that could potentially be something exciting, at least politically, to comment and analyze on. Whether all of this together matches up to anything against the BJP, which is way ahead at this moment, we don't know. But at least they will be fighting and want to see as seen as being fighting. So we'll leave it there. I want to thank all our guests for joining us. Thank you so much. We'll track very carefully what happens from here. I'll have more for you when I come back on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one. Hey, I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
वो you know cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now.
Yes.
So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
You're on the news track. We're getting some images from Ahmedabad of Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the National Games. Let's take a look at that, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Goodbye. Good night.
In what could be a defining moment for the aviation industry, an all-electric aircraft took its first flight in the US. The plane is built to carry 9 passengers and 2 pilots. The flight, which lasted 8 minutes, much longer than that of the Wright brothers more than 120 years ago, could herald a major shift in the highly polluting industry.
Alice, the sleek new aircraft, took off at 7:10 a.m. from an airport in Washington state on the northwest corner of the United States. The aircraft sounded a little strange, without the usual scream of jet engines expelling nearly a ton of air per second. All because Alice is powered by 21,500 small Tesla-style battery cells and not by aviation fuel. The plane flew for 8 minutes, reaching an altitude of 3,500 feet, with speed peaking at 275 kilometers per hour. Developed by US and Israeli engineers, the aircraft is built for short hops.
So we're looking at developing an airplane that will fly, 1 to 2 hours, which is typical for that segment. So, 150 to 250 nautical miles with reserve, and that's what we're targeting for our initial entry into service.
According to the company, the aircraft produces no carbon emissions, significantly reduces noise, and costs a fraction to operate per flight hour compared to light jets or high-end turboprops. The aviation industry accounts for around 3% of total carbon dioxide emissions. The manufacturers say the charging time will not be a handicap for the aircraft's operators.
We're targeting, call it 30 minutes of charge for an hour of flight time, or about 2C if you're looking at the lingo.
The company already has orders from DHL Express for cargo planes and 2 regional airlines for commuter aircraft. There is, however, no word yet on the cost structure of the aircraft. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president's race after meeting with Sonia Gandhi, apologizes for what happened in Rajasthan over the weekend. Do all roads in the Congress still lead to 10 Janpath? Is Sonia Gandhi still controlling the levers of power in the party? That's going to be the big talking point on the news today. Also, a historic and path-breaking judgment on abortion in the Indian Supreme Court. Are Indian courts more progressive than the United States on issues like abortion? All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Ashok Gehlot has opted out of the Congress elections after meeting Sonia Gandhi. Is Sonia Gandhi the one who still calls the shots in the Congress? Also, Supreme Court has passed a historic abortion verdict. It puts marital rape under abortion law. We'll tell you more on an explainer on that big verdict. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president race as Sachin Pilot now meets Sonia Gandhi. The Congress says that Gehlot's future will be decided in 2 days. Digvijaya Singh and Shashi Tharoor are set to file their nominations now for Congress presidentship tomorrow. Digvijaya Singh speaks to India Today in his first interview, tells India Today without Nehru and Gandhi's Congress is a zero, says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Modi lays the foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crores in Surat, hails the what he calls the double-engine government in the state. Massive step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. And India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against the Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. Supreme Court orders jail officials to examine Elgar case accused Gautam Naglakha, stresses on the right to health. Back-to-back blasts inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured in the attack. NIA to investigate. The 36th National Games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness a grand opening ceremony. And big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah ruled out after he sustains a back injury. But the breaking news coming is more drama in the Congress party over kaun banega, not just Congress president, but kaun rahega, who will remain Rajasthan Chief Minister. Sachin Pilot has just met Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpath, hours after Ashok Gehlot opted out of the Congress president race. The Congress therefore is said that they will decide on the future of Mr. Gehlot within the next 48 hours. Digvijaya Singh and Shashi Tharoor are the 2 now who will file nominations for the Congress presidentship tomorrow. There is also speculation that there could be a third so-called official candidate close to the Gandhis who could be also in the race. Lots to talk about, but first that Sachin Pilot meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Moshmi Singh is tracking all the developments. Moshmi, is there a possibility that Sachin Pilot could, now that Ashok Gehlot has opted out of the Congress president race, revive his hopes for Rajasthan Chief Minister, or is that a done deal that Ashok Gehlot stays on in Rajasthan and president election Digvijay and Shashi Tharoor?
So Rajdeep, there have been many twists and turns in this entire mega Congress drama that's unfolding, and at 10 Janpath, even as we talk, Sachin Pilot is still meeting Sonia Gandhi. I can tell you for one that in the next 2 days it will be decided whether Ashok Gehlot will remain or whether he will be replaced. Importantly, as you said, names of Mukul Vasnik and Mallikarjun Kharge are doing the rounds as far as the entry of the third candidate is concerned. Now, as far as Sachin Pilot is concerned, the road ahead doesn't seem easy, because even if Ashok Gehlot doesn't remain the chief minister, the party high command wouldn't want to draw the ire of the MLAs, even as they've been told not to make public statements.
Right.
They know that the situation in Rajasthan is not under control, and that will spell trouble for the party high command during the election process and also before the Himachal and Gujarat elections, and they don't want to call for any more trouble.
One of the other names doing the rounds is that of Kumari Shelja, close to the Gandhis again, Haryana, woman, Dalit. Could she be this wildcard third candidate that is speculated upon? We'll know that tomorrow. But earlier in the day, Moshmi, stay on, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot dropped out of the race after meeting Sonia Gandhi. Gehlot said he had apologized to Mrs. Gandhi for the events that unfolded in Jaipur, which was seen as an open defiance of the Congress leadership. He said Sonia Gandhi will now decide on his future as Rajasthan Chief Minister. Listen in.
परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रताप पार्क होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। मुझे जो दुख है वो मैं जान सकता हूँ, क्योंकि पूरे देश में मैसेज चला गया जैसे मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना जाना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी।
Congress says Rahul Gandhi endorsing Mr. Digvijaya Singh.
supporting any candidate president?
No, that we already told. Congress president is going to be a neutral in this election.
Yeah.
Let us wait for the nominations. We will get a clear-cut picture tomorrow evening.
Mr. Ashok Gehlot said that he is taking moral responsibility, he is not contesting.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility now Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, or because he is left it to Congress President?
That decision Congress person will take within 1 or 2 days.
So there is a possibility of him resigning before that?
No, I cannot say anything. That decision of Chief Minister of Rajasthan will be decided by the Congress President within 1 or 2 days. That's all. Okay.
So while the speculation remains over Ashok Gehlot's future, that's one question. What we are told that at least till Diwali there will be no change in the Rajasthan Chief Minister. We'll see what happens after that. The real challenge or the next challenge for the Congress comes, Kaun Banega Congress President? Who will be the Congress President? One person who surprised many by throwing his hat in the ring is Digvijaya Singh. Earlier, me and my colleague Moshmi Singh spoke to Digvijaya Singh. He claimed the Congress would be a zero without the Nehru-Gandhi family. He would contest, but as a follower, not a leader. Take a look. Okay, you are with India Today. I am with my colleague Moshmi Singh, who covers the Congress. And with us is Digvijaya Singh, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Member of Parliament, who has created a bit of a flutter by deciding to contest for the Congress presidentship. You know, Digvijaya Singh ji, your smile is very, very tricky, because we don't know whether you are a serious candidate, non-serious candidate. What really is going on in the mind of Digvijaya Singh?
I'll tell you a very interesting story. When in a central hall, someone said that Vidyachar Shukla ji was there. He said, someone else said, "Bhai, dekhiye Arjun Singh ji ka dimag pata lagana. It's very difficult to find what is going on in Mr. Arjun Singh ji's mind. If you put a straight, I would say, steel rod, it will come in circles." So then someone said, "Bhai, Digvijaya Singh ke dimag mein kya hoga?" तो विद्याचरण जी शुक्ला सेठ कि उसके दिमाग से क्या निकलेगा कुछ पता नहीं पड़ता।
तो वही हो रहा है।
So you're following in Arjun Singh's footsteps, is it? That you're keeping everyone guessing, but you are contesting. That's clear. Yes. And why have you suddenly decided to contest? Because Maushmi and I were here 2 weeks ago or a month ago, and you said, I will only contest if no one else is available, no good candidate. Suddenly you've decided to contest. What does that say?
Rajdeep, my mentor Arjun Singh ji always said, politics is an art of the possible. One person has to assess the political parameters in which any task is possible, and then he has to take a decision.
So you're saying you're going step by step. You will rethink again when the nomination dates are over. You will rethink again before the date of withdrawal. Are you serious or not serious?
In politics, the way the politics move, you have seen that in Rajasthan. You may say it again.
No, so was it what happened in Rajasthan, the manner in which Mr. Gehlot was accused of undermining the High Command, that is what changed your mind, that you now decided if Mr. Gehlot is not the candidate, then I am ready. Is that true?
You see, the point is, as I said earlier, politics is an art of the possible. If there is a possibility that there is a chance for me, so I decided to contest.
Or did you think that if Mr. Gehlot, after doing whatever he did, is the candidate, then, as you said earlier, you were not happy with that candidature, and that's why you came to take your nomination papers, because the pictures were rolling out at the same time. You collected your nomination paper, and thereafter Ashok Gehlot landed at 10 Janpath. Was it pressure politics that was at full play, and that was actually pushed by the Gandhis?
As far as I know, I had decided to file my nomination yesterday afternoon. So I took a flight and came here. And then I went to AICC to collect my nomination papers. And I will be filing my nomination tomorrow.
What is the Gandhi's role in all of this? Because everybody believes that somewhere this is a fixed match. Whoever becomes president can only become if Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra decide. Is that true or not? That they will decide.
Why don't you believe when Sonia ji, Priyanka ji and Rahul ji, all three say the same thing, that none of the Gandhi family is going to contest, and they have kept their word. And they have kept the field open. And therefore, I think, tell me any political party which has given such a wide kind of a canvas for anyone to walk in.
No, but what is your role? What is the role of the Gandhi family? All of you are going to 10 Janpath, virtually taking the permission of Sonia Gandhi, meeting Rahul Gandhi before you all decide to contest. So what is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family?
Rajdeep, have I gone to 10 Janpath?
The others have. So what is the role of...
No, have I?
Well, the others have, including Shashi, Tharoor. I will ask you this. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhis in this election? I mean, is Rahul Gandhi the face? He's on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family in this election?
And
they
also
shall.
Adding to that, it's too good. It's unbelievable that you leave the Bharat Jodo Yatra and come without even consulting or speaking to any of the Gandhi family members.
Nehru Gandhi family are the leaders of this party, and I am their follower. Whether anyone likes it or not, I am their ardent follower and shall remain their follower all my life.
No, but this is exactly your statement will be used by the BJP to say whoever becomes Congress president, at the end of the day, the decision making will be with 10 Janpath, whether it is who becomes Rajasthan's chief minister, who becomes Congress president, and even if you become Congress president, you will be the follower, they will be the leaders.
Absolutely, yes. They shall remain my leaders, number one. Number two, why don't you ask them what is the role of RSS vis-a-vis the BJP?
No, the fact is, Mr. Digvijaya Singh, the Congress president's post was one time the most powerful post in the party. Now the feeling is Rahul Gandhi will continue to call the shots as some kind of a face of the party. Congress president will be only a backroom operator.
So, did you read the article by Janamramji? A president and the leader. There are two different things. A president doesn't have to be the leader, and the leader doesn't have to be the president.
Coming to the $1 million question of Mr. Chidambaram, he came to meet you in the morning.
Yes.
So did he come to wish you all the best? Old friends, frenemies, or arch rivals, or friends, or colleagues?
You know, Mausumi, 1984, we both got elected to the parliament together. And we were the chosen few of the 5 people by Mr. Rajiv Gandhi to be briefed on every national issue to participate in the debate. That is where I met PC, and we have remained friends forever.
No, but Mr. Digvijaya Singh, there is a lot of questions over this election that's taking place. Many believe in the Congress, more things change, the more they remain the same.
Like
will this election actually result in new energies in the Congress, or life will continue as ever?
Let's see.
No, what would you change? Let's if you've got Shashi Tharoor. I see that you've gone and hugged Shashi Tharoor and said you're a friendly colleague. So this seems a friendly fight. I mean, what would you change? Shashi Tharoor told me, I want to democratize the Congress, get it, not have this sort of centralized Congress leadership. What would Digvijaya Singh ji do?
Digvijaya Singh is a democratic person. It is the team which functions. So it will be a team led by the Nehru Gandhi family, and we shall all work together.
And who is writing the script? Is it a fixed match? Because I believe that lots of candidates are taking your advice, and then you become a candidate yourself. What is happening? These are all rumors. Everybody is taking your advice and filing nominations.
Here it is free consultancy. If you are you want me as a consultant, I am available.
Final question. 2024, most people believe it's a done deal. That Narendra Modi, particularly in the Hindi heartland, including in your home state of Madhya Pradesh, defeated y'all in the 2019 elections. 2024 will be no different. Whoever becomes president has a very difficult task of taking on the BJP. Do you concede that?
Don't forget, Mr. Narendra Modi was the National General Secretary of the BJP in charge of Madhya Pradesh when BJP got defeated in 1998 Madhya Pradesh Vidhan Sabha Assembly elections.
That was 1998. We are now in 2022, Mr. Digvijaya Singh. Do you concede that whoever becomes the president has a very, very difficult task to take on the might of the BJP?
Well, yes, certainly yes.
Maushmi, you have a final question?
My final question is that will you have to answer that will you go through the entire process and contest the elections and campaign? Is that a yes or no, or is it still undecided?
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
So you can wait till the 4th of October withdrawal. My final question is, do you have the blessings of the Gandhi family? Is Digvijaya Singh ji fighting as an official candidate blessed by the Gandhi family, or against Shashi Tharoor, who seem to be part of the G23, the so-called rebel faction within the Congress? Is that the fight, or is this Digvijaya Singh saying, chalo ek last fight karte hain Congress presidentship ke liye?
There is no G23, and it never was. It was a creation of the media, number one. Number two, as far as I'm concerned, I have thrown my hat in the ring because we have to prove that Congress party is a democratic party. Our elections are democratic, unlike any other political party.
The BJP says their election, they have had so many presidents over the last 20 years.
But
the Congress just had Sonia Gandhi.
Chosen by whom? Not by the workers. Chosen by the RSS.
I'll ask you an easier question and before we conclude, and you can answer that. So do we take it that Congress is going to get a non-Gandhi president finally?
Well,
or are there going to be withdrawals and finally all will withdraw? Is that clear?
They have made it very clear, Mausumi ji, that they are not in the fray.
They are not in the fray, but as you said, you claim the RSS decides who the BJP president is. Do the Gandhis decide eventually who the Congress president is?
No, it is the elected PCC delegates plus DCC presidents who decide.
There is a lot of rumor that there will be a situation created where there are withdrawals and then ultimately it will be on the Gandhis to decide.
This will be clear.
The interim president could continue. Is that situation coming?
This will be clear by tomorrow 3 p.m.
Okay. Digvijaya Singh ji, I can see, there's a sparkle in your eyes. It's, Neta ko na, the moment you say that he's got crowds of people outside now waiting for him, and suddenly...
Come on, Rajdeep. You've been almost three to 4 decades of journalism.
Yes.
And I've got 4 to 5 decades of politics. We understand each other.
I met you in the late 1980s. I want to say something, therefore. You're, 75 now?
Yes.
If you were in the BJP...
No, I feel like 50.
You feel like 50. If you were in the BJP, you'd be in the Margdarshak Mandal.
No, I'll still be 50.
Okay. Digvijaya Singh ji, thank you very much.
I've been saying that both are, one is an evergreen politician and one is an evergreen, journalist. Both of them.
Not so evergreen mostly.
and not so evergreen, siyasi mausam. Thank you very much. Thank you, Digvijaya Singh ji. Rajdeep Sardesai and Maushmi Singh for India Today. Okay, now while all this is happening, Sachin Pilot has just come out of that meeting with Sonia Gandhi, which was held a short while ago. And he has apparently said that he has listed out his grievances with Mrs. Gandhi. Remember, Sachin Pilot is still hoping that the Congress High Command will consider his claims to be Rajasthan's Chief Minister. Listen in to what Sachin Pilot had to say a short while ago.
शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारी सारी बातों को सुना और कार्यक्रम हुआ राजस्थान के जयपुर के अंदर उस पर विस्तार से हमने चर्चा करी और मैं मानता हूं कि जो मेरे सेंटिमेंट्स थे, जो मेरी भावनाएं थी, जो मेरा फीडबैक था, मैंने इत्मीनान से कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी को बताया है और हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हम इसी तरह मेहनत कर 2023 का विधानसभा चुनाव जीते। उसके लिए हमको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा और राजस्थान के संदर्भ में जो भी निर्णय या जो भी डिसीजन लेना है पार्टी लेंगी। सबका एक ही उद्देश्य है, बाकी राज्यों में कांग्रेस पार्टी के चुनाव को जीत को सुनिश्चित करें और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि हम लोग अगले 12-13 महीने में खूब मेहनत कर दोबारा कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाएंगे। मैंने कई बार मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूँ कि मेरी पहली प्राथमिकता है कि हम 30 साल से राजस्थान में 5 साल कांग्रेस 5 साल पूरा विश्वास है कि हम मेहनत करके दोबारा कांग्रेस की सरकार बना सकते हैं। 2023 में कांग्रेस की सरकार कैसे विपरीत हो, ये हम सबका सामूहिक प्रायोरिटी है। हमारा देश और ऑब्जेक्टिव वही है। उस दिशा में जो भी काम करना है, जो भी आने वाली रणनीति बनानी है, उस पर विस्तार से चर्चा हम लोगों ने करी है। हमारे AICC के जो नेता हैं और कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उनसे हमने खूब मिलकर अपनी बातों को रखा है, अपनी पहुंचाया है और राजस्थान के संदर्भ में मैं समझता हूँ सकारात्मक जो निर्णय लेने होंगे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी लेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा?
Pilot not revealing too much whether he really will be in line to become Rajasthan's next chief minister. All indications so far that Mr. Gehlot, at least for now, will continue. The questions, therefore, does Sonia Gandhi still call the shots? Who becomes CM? Who becomes Congress president? Is it her decision at the end of the day? Is the Congress a house divided in a way between the old guard, close to Sonia Gandhi, and the new, which is considered close to her son Rahul? Will any new Congress president be remote controlled by the Gandhis? Joining me now is Manishankar Iyer, former union minister who's seen many a drama in the Congress party, old Gandhi family loyalist, and Kaushik Deka, executive editor, India Today magazine. He tracks the Congress. Manishankar Iyer, would I be right in saying that Sonia Gandhi still calls the shots, that eventually in the Congress, Mrs. Gandhi or the Gandhi family decides on all major issues, who will be CM, who will be Congress president?
You see, in the Congress party for the last 100 years, there has been a distinction between the leader and the Congress president. For example, from 1919 till 1948, Gandhiji was undoubtedly the leader of the party, but he was president only for one term, Belgaum 1924. After that, while there was a contest in Nasik in 1950, Jawaharlal Nehru was the leader, but the president was UN Deba and other people. So when Indira Gandhi became the Prime Minister, but Nijalingappa held the presidency. Then there was disharmony between the leader and the president, and it led to a split in the party. So I think we have a very clear understanding, as poor Digvijay was attempting to tell you in the midst of all your interruptions a few minutes ago, that there is a distinction in the Congress tradition between the president and the leader, except when it so happens that the leader chooses to become the president. So I am confident that in light of the repeated assertions by the Gandhi family that they are not in the contest, that they are not in the fray, and that they intend to be neutral, and that we have at least two candidates, and who knows, maybe more by this time tomorrow evening. We're going to have an election in the Congress party for perhaps the first time since 1950. When Purushottam Das Tandon and Acharya Kriplani fought each other.
We've had elections in the 1990s. We've had elections, Mr. Iyer. I might remind you, in the 1990s, Mr. Kesri took on Sharad Pawar and Rajesh Pilot, Sonia Gandhi versus Jitendra Prasad. But I want to understand from you, when we see leaders lining up to 10 Janpath, Ashok Gehlot reaching Sonia Gandhi's house saying, I will do whatever now Sonia Gandhi wants. Shashi Tharoor, even before he contests, has to go to 10 Janpath and in a way understand from the Gandhis, are they going to stay neutral? Digvijaya Singh says the Congress is zero without the Nehru Gandhis. The impression that goes out is that this is still a family-run party. Now, how do you remove that impression? How do you, in a way, suggest that this is truly a democratic party, a truly meritocratic party, if it is still seen to be so tightly controlled by the Nehru Gandhis?
Nehru used to go to Gandhiji, and everyone else in Nehru's time used to go to Nehru. So I am not surprised that since the Gandhis are the leaders of the party, they're not office bearers, or they won't be after the 17th of October, that they are saying, we would like to see a clear contest, we are not in the fray, and we are neutral as far as the candidates are concerned. I see no reason to disbelieve them. They're an honest people, they're a straightforward people, and Rahul is clearly demonstrating his leadership in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, from which I have returned only this afternoon. And I'm clear in my mind that the president and the leader will have to work in harmony if the Congress is going to go forward.
Can I just take that to you, Kaushik Deka?
What's wrong with that?
From what Manishankar Iyer is saying, that we will have a non-Nehru Gandhi as the Congress president, that seems almost certain, while the Gandhis will be the leaders of the party. Do you think that works? Do you think that's a workable arrangement, or the Gandhi Nehrus will need someone who in a way toes their line? Would a Shashi Tharoor or a Digvijaya Singh really be the kind of people who would do that? Do you see someone else emerging in the next 24 hours, because the Gandhi Nehrus will want perhaps someone who's seen to be completely in their wider umbrella?
So one thing is certain, that there will be a non-Gandhi president, but whether that will work or not, I cannot predict right now. But if you look at the UPA government, where Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister and Sonia Gandhi controlled the party, and also indirectly the government, so it worked for Congress party. And as far as I have understood the whole process, for the Congress party, for all practical purposes, the party belongs to the Gandhi family, and the Gandhi family will remain the faces of the party. So what happens to the president? As I have understood the Congress party or seen in last few years, the next president will be the executive of the party, who will do all the clerical work, paperwork, all the executive job that has to be done, which I believe Rahul Gandhi is not at all interested in, and Sonia Gandhi is planning for a retired life. So in that context, and to counter this BJP argument that the party is owned by the Gandhis and Gandhis are a liability and all that, so there will be a president who will, when there are problems, who will take all the flags And when there is a time to take credit, the Gandhis will always be there as the faces of the party. So I don't think it will create any problem in the party. It has been functioning like that only. At the currently also, if you see Congress, Sonia Gandhi is the Congress president, but at the same time there are several power centers. Like there is a Rahul Gandhi power center, there is Priyanka Gandhi power center. So and there are old guards, then there are new guards. So those things are always inbuilt in the Congress party. I do not think much will change after October 17. The Gandhis will remain the face. And just one example. You all said that Ashok Gehlot is going to be the president. It was already assumed that he would become the president because he is backed by the Gandhis before the election results are out, and that's why it is so assumed that he was asked to quit as the Congress as the chief minister of Rajasthan. That means it was already, it looked like a very fixed game that whosoever is backed by the Gandhis, he has the power in the party. And he is even going to win. Even before the elections, it is decided that he is the candidate who will win.
Right. Let me take that to you, Manishankar Iyer. You know, because while the Congress is saying, look, we are turning a new leaf, we are opening up, the party in a way to a non-Gandhi as Congress president, this impression of a fixed match is the one that the BJP in particular uses to say, look, we have we've had in the last 20 years, half a dozen presidents. The Congress only has the Gandhis. Do you believe that that is a perception that you will have to remove? That whoever becomes the Congress president now will have to double up to show that he or she is independent of what the Gandhis decide?
What do you mean by independent? Do you want the Congress president to pit himself against the Gandhis? That is the way towards a split or a destruction of the party. The president and the leader, in the tradition of Gandhiji and Nehru, of Nehruji and Debar, is going to have a harmonious relationship between the president and the leader, or what was my colleague called the face of the Congress party. And I'm sure that the system will work itself out. The president will influence the leadership and the leaders will influence the president. That is a symbiotic relationship which I hope we will be able to evolve over the next few years.
Let me therefore ask you a final question, Mr. Iyer. Shashi Tharoor or Digvijaya Singh, the two contenders so far, we don't know, a third could come tomorrow. Who's your choice? If you had to choose someone you believe to revive the Congress and take on the BJP juggernaut, who would that be?
Well, it could be my friend Shashi, he's a new friend, or it could be my old friend Digvijay. I am absolutely sure that both of them have the capacity to be able to take the party forward to take on the BJP. I don't care a damn what the BJP thinks or wants to do. We will answer them at the appropriate moment. At the moment, it is not BJP members who are voting for the Congress president. It is Congress members who will be voting for the Congress president. There are two candidates in the fray at this present moment. There might be a third, there might be a fourth. I don't know. And after withdrawals, I don't know what the situation will be. But I'll be happy to come on your program at both those stages and answer any questions you have. But it seems to me now that this is a free and fair election that is taking place, and all these imputations that the candidates are just puppets of the Gandhi family, I think are completely misplaced.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Manishankar Iyer, good to always see you in fine fettle. You were on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You seem to have come back fit and fine. Kaushik Deka, good to have you on the show. Clearly, we'll wait and see. In the Congress, there's always a twist. I say it's like a joint Indian family. You never know in a soap opera what happens next. So in the Congress, every day is a new day. A new twist could well come tomorrow at this time. Manishankar Iyer, Kaushik Deka, thanks very much for joining me here on the news today. Let's turn from there to our other big story. And our other big story comes from the Supreme Court, which today delivered a historic judgment on abortion rights and marital rape. challenging some long-held stereotypes in the process. The top court ruled that all women, irrespective of their marital status, are entitled to seek abortion of their pregnancy in the term of 20 to 14 weeks. The court also said marital rape will be covered under the abortion law. Has India gone a step ahead of the United States? Take a look.
Protests for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape, have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A three-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me now, Jasmine George, lawyer and activist, and Jaina Kothari, senior advocate, Supreme Court, if only to explain what this judgment means. Why is it being called historic? Jasmine George, to you first. Why is it being called historic? What is it about this judgment, do you think, that puts us several steps ahead of America that's just reversed Roe versus Wade?
Thank you for this question. I always thought India was way ahead in terms of abortion law. Our law was way ahead in terms of US. But what really happened today was, the Supreme Court went a little bit ahead. They did the expansive reading of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, and that's where it really matters. They took the intention of the law, that this was to serve people. It was actually to, ensure that more and more people have access to abortion services, and that's fascinating. That, the very fact that they were willing to, define the criteria of women who can access and they were willing to even, distinction the fact that, why there is a distinction between before and after 20 weeks. It was a simple test of equality. So it's fascinating that judges are willing to push the boundaries, judges are willing to be creative, and they themselves said that, this is something that only Parliament can do. But coming from the Supreme Court, it has a persuasive value. So we really are grateful for judges to taking for this step ahead. And this is in a country like ours where we still, in spite of having a law like this after 50 years, women are still not sure. It gives single women a lot of power to negotiate now.
Let me take that last point to Jaina Kothari, that Indian women, will they feel empowered because of this court verdict, given certain social realities that exist on the ground? The court is saying whether you're an unmarried woman or a married woman, or indeed a woman who claims marital rape, you can avail of these abortion laws. But on the ground, do you think that actually can translate into empowerment?
Thanks, Rajdeep. Yes, I think, if the judgment is implemented, it will definitely amount to a very, very empowering position for women who want to terminate their pregnancies. And till now, the judgment actually points out how single women, unmarried women, young women, adolescent girls are asked 100 questions by medical practitioners before getting their pregnancies terminated. And this judgment kind of sets all these kind of, situations as being completely illegal, and says that, single or unmarried women, based irrespective of their marital status, can seek termination of pregnancies. It, in fact, validates marital rape. It validates the presence of sexual violence, even in marital relationships, which, legally is still not considered as rape or violence. And in the context of abortions, it recognizes that. So I think, one is empowering women in the situation of actually being able to get an abortion without all these hurdles. But I think it also has strengthened the movement for women's rights and recognition of all these forms of violence that women face.
The reason I asked you this, because there's been a stigma in a way associated that women often face because of societal conditions with going in for an abortion. Particularly an unmarried woman would perhaps struggle. So Jaina, you're telling me that will change, you think?
The change may be slow, perhaps. We'll have to see how this, is, taken on the ground. But, it has to start somewhere. We saw with Section 377 that change did happen on the ground. There was slow but steady change that people started recognizing the validity of same-sex relationships, at least on the ground. And so I think even in this, this will, in fact, give a message to medical practitioners that, women cannot be denied abortion if they're single or unmarried. You cannot ask questions about whether they're married or who's giving consent, if they're minor girls. So I think it will trickle down to the medical practitioners, but we have to ensure that it does, that this judgment is given wide publicity, it is shared with the medical fraternity so that they ensure that they implement it. And I think if it is implemented, it will definitely result in a better protection of women's rights.
Jasmine, final word. I come back to where I start. We are putting up graphics on showing, what the United States did just a few months ago. And it feels good in a way to see our courts well ahead of the US. I reiterate that. Do you believe that this should also now apply to more gender sensitization across laws in this country, across courts in this country? Even lower courts need to take the cue from what the Supreme Court has done.
I think so. I really believe if a person took the abortion case to a high court, and there are a lot of cases like this, women are ready. They are demanding their rights. So it's time, be it district courts, high courts, start sensitizing, getting trained on different aspects of law, and even learning some of these terminations, because we understand biases do come in. And I agree with Jaina when she mentioned about doctors, because they are finally the service providers. So if they need to come on board, and we really need to pass circulars and, notify the doctors on ground that things are changing. And they are willing to change, just that they need to be informed.
Okay, times are changing, and it's good to know that the Indian Supreme Court, in a way, is setting the trend. Thank you both very much for joining me and giving us a sense of why this is such an important judgment. Now, as our two guests said, these are changing times, but some things don't change in this country. A senior official in Bihar's Women's Development Department has sparked off a controversy after snapping back at a schoolgirl who asked if they can be provided with sanitary napkins at a lower cost. Harjot Kaur snapped and responded to the girl, "Today you are asking for sanitary pads, tomorrow you will ask for condoms." The comment has triggered a massive row. Take a look.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
It began as a genuine demand by girl students of Bihar for affordable sanitary napkins.
हर कुछ के लिए तो सरकार देती ही है, तो क्या मतलब 20 और 30 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं?
In reply, IAS officer Harjot Kaur, heading Bihar's Women and Child Development Department, came out with a shocker.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Not just mocking the demand of sanitary pads for poor, but wondering if the girl students will demand free condoms next.
इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना? लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा,
The heartless taunt, that too from a top woman IAS officer, sparked massive outrage.
बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है, ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांगने, कल को वो मांगेंगी तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का जरूरत है।
After India Today reportage, the National Women's Commission asked Harjot Kaur to explain her distasteful remark.
Why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided, and why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutally obnoxious manner? I think she needs to be made answerable, and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar promised probe.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, हमने तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए।
जब तुमको मैं वही उंगली वापस चुरा रही हूँ तो बुरा क्यों लग रहा है?
The woman officer called the charges fabricated and a bid to malign her.
और हम लोग जब सुनते हैं तो सुधार करने के पूरे प्रयास भी करते हैं।
Sanitary pads are still out of reach for a large chunk of rural women, who end up using unhygienic and unsafe cloth. With Sujit Jha in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break at this point. When we return, we'll turn to our Get Real India and Good News story. Rice salt meal video at a school in UP's Ayodhya has gone viral. Is this what our young get for midday meals? We'll tell you more. On the other side, you're watching the news today. News without the noise, but with real stories.
I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
To do steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework. It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Tana dir dir dim tana dim tana tadare dani tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takita 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 digina tikita dim tana tanum tadare dani tadani dim tana tanum tanum tananum tadere na.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight's Get Real India story comes from Uttar Pradesh, where a shocking video has emerged on social media showing students at a primary school in Ayodhya being served boiled rice and salt as a midday meal. The video, shot by one of the students' parents, has sparked off outrage. The administration has now suspended the headmistress of the school. Take a look. Get Real India.
This video from a primary school in Ayodhya has gone viral. It shows school children having their midday meal, rice served with salt, no vegetables, no dal, defeating the very purpose of the scheme, that is, providing nutritious food to needy children.
क्या बनना चाहती हो बड़ी होकर?
डॉक्टर।
अच्छा, तो डॉक्टर बनोगी तो लोगों से कहोगी कि बच्चों को नमक चावल दिया जाएगा?
No.
The incident came to light when children informed their parents.
जोन बना बच्चे खाइन, बच्चे कहीं कैसे खावे तो मैडम जी जो टाइम भंडाइन तो बोलत यहाँ कहा कि अगर नमक से नहीं खाओगे तब खाओगे किससे? तो बोला नमक हमें नहीं चाहिए, मैं नमक से नहीं खाऊंगा। वो थाली लेके गया, घर पे रख दिया, तो घर से दो एक लोग आए, वो बताए, तो वीडियो बन गया, वो वायरल हो गया।
Once the video was shot by some parents went viral, the school authorities started passing the buck.
दाल सब्जी नहीं थी?
ना रही है, दाल ना रही साहब। हाँ।
स्कूल में कुछ नहीं था?
ना है, चावल रहा है, आटा रहा है। हाँ, खाली दाल ना रही, सब्जी ना रही है। हाँ।
सर, मैंने खाना नहीं बनवाया था। मैंने खाना जब कुछ नहीं था तो मैंने इनकार कर दिया था कि खाना नहीं बनेगा, लेकिन वो अपनी मर्जी से बना ली।
तो हमें किसी ने नहीं बताया कि यार कुछ नहीं है। अगर हमें बताई होती तो मैं यहाँ फोन करती, मैं किसी से दाल मंगवाती, मैं कह देती कि दाल मंगवा लीजिए, मैं आकर पैसे दे दूंगी। मुझे किसी ने नहीं बताया।
Administration has suspended the headmistress. The education department has also been asked to conduct surprise checks on schools.
प्रथम दृष्टिया जो मुझे वीडियो देख के लगा, इसके अनुसार मैंने तत्काल निलंबित करने का निर्देश दिया है और प्रधानाध्यापक निलंबित होंगी और प्रधान जो है उनके खिलाफ नोटिस जाएगी और उनसे प्राप्त करके उन पर भी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Midday meal scheme is one of its kind scheme that ensures students of class 1 to 8 in government and government aided schools are eligible to enjoy a one-time meal for at least 200 days a year. It has also proved to be successful in improving enrollment of students in primary schools. Bureau Report, India Today.
The stories that we need to wake up to. Let's turn from there to our good news today story. The preparations for Durga Puja celebrations across the country in full swing. In Kolkata, Puja Pandal, known for its unique themes, is not only coming up with a new idea, but has also ensured that the visually challenged can understand. How? Take a look.
Every Durga Puja Pandal in Kolkata has a unique message to convey. To the eyes of Ma Durga's devotees, they are a sight to behold. But what about those who cannot see? The Hazra Park Durgotsav has set up braille boards to assist visually impaired devotees in identifying the themes themselves.
Build amongst all the people who are not so, lucky. We this time through various discussions we found that there's one section where people who are blind they are always deprived from this enjoyment. I would always want to understand what the pandal is trying to tell me, or what is the subject, or what are the things that is here, rather than somebody else telling me. So this is the reason why we've put up a braille.
You've always had a section of people who are visually impaired and they visit your pandal.
They have visited our pandal, but they have always had to be with someone else who has been explaining to them that, look, this is the theme, this is what they have put up.
Nothing can be more joyous than empowering these devotees visualize the themes.
They can visualize themselves, they can understand the theme as a whole, and then visualize what is there in the pandal, and then if help is required, they can take it, of course.
The Hazra Park Puja Pandal has set an example others can follow.
This is something this particular pandal committee in Kolkata have decided, and they have come up with this to make sure that festivals only speak of inclusiveness and togetherness. With camera person Orko, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
Okay, it's Durga Puja preparations in Kolkata. It's Navratri in Ahmedabad, and Prime Minister Modi has joined his Janma and Karma Bhumi, original Karma Bhumi, for Navratri festivities, performing the Aarti in Ahmedabad. This comes after a day full of launching projects, inaugurating the 36th National Games in the Narendra Modi Stadium there. So Mr. Modi is in his home state celebrating Navratri. We're told he's also going to play Garba there today. For now, that's our final image. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubhratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
पाँच साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर, फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas or LPG is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called gasohol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities, and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
The Pinaka multi-launch rocket system, weapons, systems and ammunition. India all set to export heavy weapons and systems to Armenia in the ongoing Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. India has also set an ambitious target for weapons export. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the big story on India's ambitious arms bazaar on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully.
The Pinaka multi-launch rocket systems, arms, ammunitions, radars and weapons. India inks a major arms export deal with Armenia. India sets a massive defense export target. India's big leap in weapons export. That's our top focus on India First. 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Two neighbors fighting for the control of Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, Armenia is looking for weapons and systems, and India
for the first time is selling the Pinaka multi-launch rocket systems. India has in the past sold the Swati weapon locating radars to Armenia. India is seen as the largest arms importer in the world and has been seen as one for quite some time. But India now is taking a giant leap in arms exports. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you much more on this big story. But as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Ashok Gehlot opts out of Congress Party's presidential race. Sachin Pilot meets Sonia Gandhi. Digvijaya Singh tells India Today, without the Gandhis, Congress is a zero, says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Narendra Modi lays the foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crore rupees. In Surat, hails the double-engine government in the state. Big step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a young girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. '36th National Games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness the grand opening ceremony. Amidst growing tensions with Azerbaijan, which is considered very close to Turkey and Pakistan, Armenia has signed a $260 million contract with India for the procurement of indigenously manufactured Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launchers. This is the first time that India is exporting the Pinaka missile system to another country. That's the missile system that you see on your television screen. It's the rocket system. This is indigenously developed. Pinaka system with its enhanced range is able to fire multiple rockets in quick succession up to 70 kilometers away. India Today's Tharoor gets us more.
This is the Pinaka, a fully Indian multi-rocket launcher system. A fearsome weapon that's deployed in large numbers with the Indian Army and with several more regiments on order. But 2 decades after this incredible made-in-India weapon entered service with the Indian Army, a massive milestone has just been achieved. Armenia, a country at war with its neighbor Azerbaijan, has just signed up to become the first international customer of this fully Indian weapon. The sale is part of a $260 million package deal for the country that's been embroiled in conflict since last year. The Indian Pinaka system, capable of firing furious barrages of 120mm rockets out to distances of up to 75 kilometers with devastating accuracy, will become part of Armenia's strike forces against a more capable and well-armed adversary. Each Pinaka regiment consists of 3 batteries of 6 Pinaka launchers, each which is capable of launching 12 rockets within a range of at least 40 kilometers in a space of 44 seconds. By signing up for the tried and battle-proven Pinaka, Armenia signals faith in an Indian weapon and represents a huge morale boost to Indian weapons industry. Armenia will also be eligible for the many improvements and upgrades being done on the system to make the Pinaka hit further, harder, and with smarter accuracy. The Pinaka takes its name from the celestial bow wielded by Lord Shiva to destroy 3 cities of the Asuras. Armenia will be hoping the system adds some much-needed firepower to its destructive conflict with neighbor Azerbaijan. For India, however, the export sale is a massive milestone, a show of trust and faith, and a much-needed psychological boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat that's finally on the world stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today's Shiv Tharoor now joins me for more on this major development. Shiv, India has been seen as the world's largest arms importer for years, but we're seeing a major change here. The Pinaka system. Pinak, in Hindu scriptures, the bow of Lord Shiv the destroyer, being sold to Armenia. It's a major message being sent globally, Shiv.
You know, Gaurav, for a country like ours, which has always had the notorious reputation of being one of the largest importers of military hardware and weapons, for that country to now be exporting not a small number, but a high value deal, about $250 million worth, may not be large compared to many other big ticket deals, but $250 million is a big deal as far as India's exports is concerned, and that too to a country that's currently embroiled, in an active border conflict with one of its neighbors, is a very big deal. We can't downplay this because this is some may call it a baby step, but it is extremely substantial. It's also a show of faith. Remember, the Pinaka weapon system that, the Armenians have ordered is a weapon system that's been, in service since the Kargil war, which you covered. It performed very well there. It's a great example of a fully 100% made in India system that has proven itself, been improved, progressively over 2 decades. And, the Indian Army has shown a great amount of faith in it. Multiple regiments already in service. Many more incoming, with improved versions of the Pinaka. And now you have a first foreign customer that's actually, who has options in the arms bazaar, as we well know, but choosing to buy an Indian weapon against an enemy country of theirs, that is very well armed, it's bigger, has much more advanced weaponry, as we've seen with drones. So therefore, it's very important to see the importance of this export. It is also going to be a huge psychological boost to the Indian defense industry, which will look at exports as possible, as viable, and not some faraway dream.
You're absolutely right. And Shiv, they've already seen the Swati weapon locating radar. 2020 is where Armenia bought those weapon locating radars that incidentally India desperately required during the Kargil war. We didn't have the ANTPQ-37s that we acquired from the Americans subsequently, Grad 21s in Kargil, and the Pinaka system that came subsequently. Shiv, many thanks for joining me, but stay on with me for another big story that's coming up. As of now, let's talk about what's happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan. More than 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan, 2 former Soviet bloc countries fighting for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh. You can see that on that map on your television screen. Now, Turkey sided with Azerbaijan, selling them the Bayraktar drones, which destroyed Armenia's tank regiments. And that happened way back in 2020. Post that, Armenia is now looking to, in a way, build up in a very big way. It's talking to Russia. It's talking to the United States. It's talking to India to help strengthen its defenses, not just with the supply of military hardware.
Drone videos like this one showing an Azerbaijan unmanned combat aerial vehicle destroying an Armenian tank went viral world over in 2020. Using the Turkish Bayraktar drones, Azerbaijan successfully decimated the Armenian armored columns and made significant gains in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Russian-brokered truce was virtually blown to bits in the second week of September when artillery guns from Azerbaijan and Armenia opened up once again on September 13, resulting in over 170 fatalities and a fresh spike in tensions. Both Azerbaijan and Armenia have accused each other of violating the ceasefire.
2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children.
Azerbaijan initiated a major military offensive targeting the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia with the use of a wide range of weaponry, including artillery and combat UAVs. The offensive took lives of 105 people, left dozens wounded, dozens missing, and inflicted various forms of material damage, including upon the civilian settlements and infrastructure. The scale of destruction and the intensity of shelling is so high that at the moment we have only the initial figures.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, both former Soviet bloc countries, are neighbors and have been at war for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno and Karabakh. In 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey, was able to make major territorial gains in the disputed territory. Russia backed Armenia but remains engaged in Ukraine conflict, enabling Azerbaijan to test the limits of the truce. On Sunday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan after the truce on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This was the first meeting after the killings of over 170 soldiers. The two sides have agreed to maintain peace. Last week, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also visited Armenia and called the attacks by Azerbaijan deadly and illegal.
Our meeting again had a particular importance to us because of the focus on security following the illegal and deadly attacks on us by the Azerbaijan on the Armenian territory. We strongly condemn those attacks, we in our delegation and on behalf of Congress, which threatens prospects for much-needed peace agreement.
Armenia is hunting both for disruptive technology, including unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and also for heavy artillery and longer-range weapon systems to be able to deter Azerbaijan amidst apprehensions that the border skirmishes could take a turn for the worse. Bureau Report, India Today.
But staying with the story of Indian arms bazaar and Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense manufacturing, the Indian Army has significantly bolstered its firepower along the line of actual control with China by deploying a range of rockets and artillery weapons, and plans to procure an array of additional weapons and systems, including the Vajra howitzers and unmanned aerial vehicles, to augment our combat power right at the line of actual control.
One of India's newest big guns, seen here in the tense eastern Ladakh standoff zone. For over a year or so, these tracked 155mm artillery guns have proven their mettle. This is the K9 Vajra T, built by Indian private sector giant Larsen & Toubro, far away in Hazira, Gujarat. But so impressed is the Indian Army with these guns and their ability to adapt from hot desert conditions to the icy altitudes of Ladakh that the Indian Army is all set to repeat its order for 100 more of these. The Larsen & Toubro factory that builds these monster weapons does so under license from a Korean company. But the K9 Vajra is now increasingly indigenous with very little outside help. Prime Minister Modi, who hails from Gujarat, put a personal stamp on the K9 when he rode in one during a ceremony. The factory has delivered the first order of 100 guns to the Indian Army, and the production line is still warm and buzzing. Therefore, the second order for 100 more guns will be delivered at a much faster rate. The Army's experience with the gun has been valuable to the makers, deploying it beyond its intended terrain from the deserts of Rajasthan to the freezing heights of Ladakh. These lessons will go into the next batch of K9s manufactured, including additional winter-proofing and modifications to make them even more effective at high altitudes. The K9 has already proven its mettle in India's most hostile battlefield, providing highly mobile artillery support to any possible outbreak of conflict on the restive line of actual control with China. A repeat order for Made in India equipment means industry gets to think bigger, boosts investment in indigenous weaponry, and moves the country much closer to that elusive ideal of self-reliance in defense. Bureau Report, India Today.
And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, he visited forward areas in Arunachal Pradesh to take stock of the country's defense preparedness along the line of actual control. Rajnath Singh made an on-the-ground assessment of the country's preparedness along the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh. In the eastern sector, he took stock of all security-related aspects. Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Command, Lieutenant General R.P. Kalita, and other senior officers of the Army were accompanying the Raksha Mantri, who interacted with troops in this area. Now, in his address to the armed forces, he spoke of their dedication and the sacrifice of the soldiers who are posted at these very inhospitable heights in protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our country. I quickly once again want to bring in my colleague Shiv Tharoor for more on this, the timing of this visit. But before that, let's listen in to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
पहले भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर कुछ बोलता था, लोग गंभीरतापूर्वक भारत की बातों को नहीं सुनते, लेकिन आज यदि भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर कुछ बोलता है तो लोग कान खोलकर सुनते हैं कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है. यह भारत की हैसियत बन गई.
Shiv, the timing of the visit to the LAC or to the eastern sector extremely crucial. Let's see what's happening across the line of actual control, what's happening in China. President Xi Jinping is preparing for an unprecedented third term in 1 month's time. China, as we all know, cannot be trusted. Shiv, explain the significance. The military Trobras visiting LAC in Ladakh, the defense minister here in Arunachal Pradesh, very, very strong signaling or a counter message to a belligerent and expansionist nation. And the pictures behind Rajnath Singh, Shiv, they tell a story of their own.
You know, Gaurav, peeping out, from behind the Raksha Mantri in this picture that's been put out by the MOD so tantalizingly is that, is that chart with those pictures, some of them only seen partially, of face-offs that have taken place in 2022 in the Arunachal sector. You can't make out very clearly what exactly is going on, but you can see, flag patrols and the brandishing of both Chinese as well as Indian flags in some of those face-off pictures. The significance of this, of course, is it has largely been imagined that things have been peaceful, but obviously the Indian army continues to face encroachments by, Chinese troops in the Arunachal sector, and Indian forces are obviously, giving it right back with their own, a flashing of the Indian flag. So it's an amazing reminder that as India and China try to, normalize things in Ladakh, there is another restive frontier in Arunachal. Remember, Arunachal is called South Tibet. It's claimed as the territory of China, much to the, the disgust of, India over many, many years. But the fact is that this continues to be a live situation in Arunachal. Gone are the days when one could describe the India-China frontier as peaceful. 2020 changed that completely, but this and these pictures of those face-offs, multiple at that from Arunachal, a reminder that things are never going to be normal again, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. And if China insists on calling Arunachal Pradesh South Tibet, perhaps we should start calling Tibet North Arunachal Pradesh and pay the dragon back in the same coin. Shiv, for joining me here, many thanks. But let me now shift focus to what's happening in Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Gujarat. He's joining these Navratri festivities. He performed an aarti in Ahmedabad, and this comes after a day full of launching several projects, inaugurating the 36th National Games at the Narendra Modi Stadium. Now, India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra also lit up the city of Vadodara by attending the Garba festivities as part of Navratri celebrations on the 28th of September. Of course, these are images that you see of Prime Minister Narendra Modi performing the aarti. And this is Neeraj Chopra. The grand reception Neeraj Chopra got on the 28th of September. The excitement in the crowd palpable as he participated in the Navratri celebrations. Listen in to all that was happening. Take a look.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
While China started military campaigns against Taiwan, America sent its Speaker Nancy Pelosi on the island. This left China in fumes, and America has now decided to delay Taiwan Policy Act of 2022. While China speaks about One China policy, calls Taiwan as its part, America is planning to discuss the Taiwan Policy Act 2022 in September. US Senator Lindsey Graham said, "When it comes to Taiwan, our response should be that we are for democracy and against communist aggression. We live in dangerous times. China is sizing up America and our commitment to Taiwan. The danger will only grow worse if we show weakness in the face of Chinese threats and aggression towards Taiwan." The Biden administration is trying to make changes to the bipartisan bill to increase military and economic relationship between the US and Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi thinks China is trying to establish a sort of a new normal by performing military activities. First point to note is Taiwan is defined as a major non-NATO ally in the Act. This would mean it would be the US closest global partner, especially on trade and security cooperation. The second point is there is a need to upgrade the mission from Cultural Center to Taiwan Representative Office. This would require confirmation for the head of the office. The US would continue to maintain One China policy. Therefore, the experts believe that there is a need to revise America's Taiwan policy. Rename the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office. This needs to go through a legal process. Implementation of an enhanced defense partnership between the United States and Taiwan. Amend the Foreign Assistance Act to designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Provide Taiwan's preferences for foreign assistance and arms exports. Notify Congress before termination of the designation. Inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations. This will address Taiwan's representation and sovereignty. Even the United States cannot oppose any initiative that would change Taiwan's status without consent. US federal government employees can learn, live and work in Taiwan for up to 2 years under Taiwan Fellowship Act. Taiwan would have a voice in bilateral and multilateral dialogues. Sanctioned regime will safeguard Taiwan from hostilities in or around the island. No one would be allowed to interfere with its territorial integrity. In fact, a sanctions regime will be imposed against the People's Republic of China. Nothing has been mentioned on restoration of diplomatic relations with Taiwan or altering the United States government's position on Taiwan's international status.
Imagine this very rich friend who often guilt-tripped you into paying for them. Well, this is the same rich friend who otherwise would spend exorbitant amounts of money into their lavish lifestyle. But every time when it comes to going out with you, then they would remember on how they've got to save money and make you spend for them. Is it fair for your rich friends to piggyback on your limited resources? No, right? Well, this is exactly what rich nations are doing with less wealthy ones when it comes to carbon emission penalties. Experts call this carbon colonialism. Carbon colonialism is basically when rich countries live at the ecological expense of other countries. So simply put it, these rich and industrialized countries produce carbon on a large scale. But instead of finding ways to curb carbon production, they turn to poorer nations to compensate for their emissions. For example, in 2018, Germany stopped and banned domestic production of hard coal, which emits a lot of carbon. But German power plants continue to import hard coal from countries like Colombia and South Africa. Well, they could have easily found an alternative source of energy to replace coal, but instead, they rerouted it through other countries where increased production of coal would damage that country's ecology. Industrialized countries also import crops and meats from these underdeveloped ones. These underdeveloped countries end up clearing their rich forests for more land to grow crops or rare cattle because they need foreign exchange. Brazil and Indonesia are two big examples who are victims to this trade. Now the question here is this different from colonialism, where rich countries siphon off resources from countries of the global south? The chain reaction that is being set off during the process is also causing human rights violations. A study has earlier estimated that nearly 22,500 Ugandans were evicted from their homes for a UK-registered company to create timber plantations for carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting allows countries to balance out the carbon that they've emitted by investing in projects like planting more trees that reduce carbon. Well, you heard it. This is a classic example of what carbon colonialism really means. It not only erodes the food and resource security of these poorer nations, but also hectically disrupts the nation's ecology.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
By CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the top stories tonight. Expect the RBI to further reduce GDP growth estimate in its monetary policy decision tomorrow. says the Group Chief Economic Advisor of State Bank of India in an exclusive interview with Business Today TV. Predicts an improvement in the October to December quarter. 50 basis points is the new 25 basis points, says Sonia Gandhi in an exclusive interview. Tells Business Today TV that a rate hike is needed to protect the rupee. Stock market decline for the 7th day in a row. Nifty ends at 16,800. Sensex falls 188 points ahead of the RBI policy. Metal and pharma stocks gain. The rupee regains a little bit against the US dollar but remains closer to 82. The British pound continues to weaken against the dollar despite Bank of England's decision to buy bonds worth $65 billion. 6 airbag safety rule for passenger cars deferred by a year to be implemented from 1st October 2023. Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari says decision taken because of supply chain constraints. With all eyes on the MPC meet outcome tomorrow, we spoke to Sonia Gandhi of SBI about the expected rate hike. He spoke to Business Today TV's managing editor Siddharth Zarabi about the rupee rout, the spike in inflation and the overall state of the economy.
What do you expect from the Monetary Policy Committee? A hike is a given, but the extent is a debate.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth, for having me on the show. I think, Siddharth, the 50 is now the new 25. So all probabilities the Reserve Bank has to go with a 50 basis point rate hike just to keep the pace in conjunction with what's happening across the globe. Even though I think recently the Bank of England has given out some confusing signals yesterday in terms of bond purchase and the government. But keeping aside that, I think given the fact that Fed is going to hike by another 75 in November, 50 in December, I think the possibility the Reserve Bank will hike by 50 this time, and maybe as the pace of Fed hikes taper off towards the end of the year, the Reserve Bank can think of also tapering of the pace of increase. But tomorrow, most possibly a 50 basis point rate hike.
What is the impact of a 50 basis point hike going to be on the economy, especially growth?
See, I'll tell you one thing, Siddharth. I think growth surprisingly has been very strong. Some numbers are to be in perspective. Bank credit growth, which is growing at 16%, is now at more than a 10-year high. And this 16% credit growth is actually driven by agriculture, infrastructure, SME sector, and of course retail. I'll just mention one number. The retail sector, specifically the MSME sector, has actually shown the significant jump in credit disbursement this year. So that goes against the convention or the discussion that the MSME sector was worst affected during the pandemic. So I think it has held up very well. So if I take all these factors into consideration, also the fact that the real estate sector first half sales were 60% across all metropolis. So I think all sectors have been holding back well. And so my sense is that at the margin, it could have some impact, but as of now, we think that this rate hike could be a positive communication in the markets, in the sense that it is going to protect the currency also to some extent. So from that point of view, I think if the currency gets protected a little bit, I think the markets will take it with a bigger heart, and also the industry, because at the end of the day, a large part of the input costs are also imported in the Indian context.
What kind of number for GDP growth for the current fiscal are you currently working with?
See, I think the first quarter GDP numbers were lower than the RBI expectation, but I think it was more of an statistical artifact because the manufacturing sector disappointed because there was a lot of other factors which I will not get into the details. But as of now, I think tomorrow the central bank could revise their growth projections downwards to 7%. We are currently working with an 6.8% growth projections, but there could be an upside to that number in the second half if things continue to do well. But as I said to you, and also the fact that if crude prices continue to decline, I mean, currently the RBI assumption has been $105 per barrel. Currently the prices are around $85 per barrel. So if the crude prices remain in this range, I think that could also have some positive impact on the inflation. So if I take all these factors into account, we are working within 6.8% growth numbers today. That's more of a statistical adjustment given that first quarter was much lower than 16.2 RBI projections. But going forward, there could be some sort of positive surprises if things hold up as they're doing right now.
Inflation has been very sticky as far as certain items are concerned, including beverages, fuel. There is a big risk. Artificial block has been put on passing on the natural movements of global crude to Indian consumers, and I believe there will be an inflationary build-up there. And if you look at many of the household segments, what's your own reading of the inflation trajectory from here on, at least till December, if not beyond that?
So I think, Siddharth, before I talk about the inflation numbers, one thing I would actually request, and we have been requesting this for the last 2 years, is that we desperately need a revision of the CPI basket. It's based on 2011-12 consumption expenditure survey where food has a weight of 46%. I think no amount of, guessing could help us believe that food still has a weight of 46%. It could have declined to much lower levels. Now, having said that and assuming that the CPI numbers as given out holds correct, my sense is that yes, there are some upside risks to the food inflation because this time the cereal inflation has been running at higher levels given the fact that paddy output and wheat output were on the lower side. But I don't think that's going to be much of a concern because a large part of the populace will be protected for the next 3 months from the vagaries in terms of the free distribution. And secondly, I think last time when we had this inflation running in double digits food prices after the crisis, 2009-8 crisis, I think protein inflation also was significantly higher. This time what we are saying is that there is food inflation, but it's sans protein inflation. So if I take these factors into account, I think food inflation, this month's inflation number could be around 7.10 to 7.2%. And next month onwards, the numbers will actually trend downwards. And most possibly, we'll get to an inflation number which is lower than 6% in March. So therefore, the RBI will have some sort of respite after September. But as I said to you, given the vagaries of the global uncertainty, I am not sure whether that could still lead to a situation of a pause in the rate hikes. But I don't think that there is too much upside risk on the food inflation, but there are some risk on the horizon.
Okay, let's move on to the rupee. It's become a massive talking point, and I have read your views in the past about the currency. This time, the global movement in the respective currencies, including the pound, where commentators in the United Kingdom are now saying that what is going on with that country, first Brexit, then Boris, and now what is happening to the currency management and an unfunded tax cut. What's your sense as far as the rupee is concerned? Is it something that we should be worried about, or do you think it will find a level very soon?
No, I think to your first point, I think yes, what is happening in UK, Bank of England, I think it's Bank of England is actually doing an open market purchase, which means it's injecting liquidity and the government is putting money in the hands of the people. So that's a classic recipe of an fiscal and monetary disaster, and that's why that is pounding that is pushing the pound down, actually hammering the pound, and also there are now talks about that Brexit could actually be downgraded in terms, the UK could be downgraded in terms of the credit ratings. Now, having said that, I think in terms of India, let me put some things in perspective that yes, the rupee has been volatile in the last couple of days. But if I actually look from the beginning of the Ukraine war at the starting point and today, when the rupee is close to 82, I think the rupee has depreciated by around 8.2%. And if you look into the dollar index, that has appreciated by 18%. Now, if we just go back and see what happened after the global financial crisis, at that point of time, the dollar index has appreciated by around 6% and the rupee actually lost 50% of its value. So clearly in a situation when rupee depreciation is much lower than the dollar appreciation, it means that the weakening of the rupee is mostly because of the strengthening of the dollar and domestic macro fundamentals. So that's the good part, even though the rupee has declined. Now, if I fast forward it and look into the episodes of the rupee disturbances over the, say, last 10 years or even the 20 years, I find that whenever the rupee has depreciated, there has been also a strong case of rupee recovery after the market has actually recovered. This was the case in after the global financial crisis when the rupee went to 69, if you remember, in 2013 August, then it reverted back to below 60. So my sense is that the RBI has defended the rupee to a significant extent. It has now spent close to $100 billion, but with a 9-month import cover, I think it will be better for the rupee to depreciate a little bit. In economic parlance, we call it that we should lean with the wind and not against the wind. Let the rupee find a little bit of value, and I think after things improve, things will improve in the next 2 months at the Fed pace of rate hikes taper off and Indian inflation numbers come lower than expectations, I think rupee will have much ground to cover with. But for now, I think possibly the RBI can let it go a little bit, but not to a significant extent, because a larger depreciation also begets depreciation, and the market actually then believes that there could be the rupee actually could go even lower. So my sense is that allow it to get to some distance, but after some time, but not to the extent that, what I will say, but may not be as, may not make it significantly volatile in the intervention strategy.
Just a quick mention from you on the RBI's firepower and the options before it. Like you very correctly pointed out, a massive amount of dollars have been pumped in by the RBI to stem the slide. There are other options before it. Do you expect the RBI to be doing something tomorrow in terms of signaling to the market as far as its intentions on managing India's currency is concerned?
No, I think, Siddharth, that's a very interesting point. Before I answer that, one small data clarification. Even I think a large part of if you actually look at the RBI intervention in the foreign exchange market and decline in the foreign exchange reserves, you will find that the difference is huge. That indicates that a large part of the decline in the foreign exchange is also because of revaluation, because the dollar had relentlessly strengthened against all other currencies. So that we must keep that in mind. So it's not entirely the fall which is explained by intervention. Now, having said this, I think the RBI had spent, if you remember, in the last policy, a considerable amount of discourse was on rupee. I am not sure whether the RBI is going to have the same level of discourse over there, but maybe the central bank could mention a few words about the liquidity normalization. Liquidity recently has been declined to close to neutral levels. Maybe the RBI, maybe the speech could actually find some mention on the liquidity levels. But the central bank may make a mention of the rupee, but may not be to the detailed extent what it meant last time, because last time it had explained the vagaries of this currency in an uncertain world when the Fed is hiking the interest rate.
Markets failed to stage a rebound, extending their losing streak to a 7th straight day as global cues remained unsupportive. The Sensex ended at 56,410, down close to 200 points. Nifty also shutting shop at 16,818. That's 0.2% lower. Asian Paints, Tech Mahindra, Hero MotoCorp, Titan and Bajaj Auto, some of the top Nifty losers. On the gainers side, we had some names like Shree Cement, ONGC, Hindalco, ITC and Apollo Hospitals, some of the names that were managing to see a little bit of an uptick in today's session, and a decent one at that on Shree that was up 3.5%, followed by an ONGC. Global financial major CLSA has said that the Nifty could fall by as much as 30% from current levels. According to a report by the Hong Kong-based group, data points from the bond and equity market have been hinting at a fall. The group said the difference between the 10-year Indian and US G-Sec yields have fallen to a 13-year low of 3.3 percentage points. This, according to CLSA, along with a near record valuation of Indian equity markets vis-a-vis bonds and other markets, indicates fears of a 30% downside on the Nifty. Incidentally, the Nifty has fallen over 800 points in just the past 7 sessions alone. Let's take a very quick break. On that note, back in just a moment.
PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometrial tissue is found over the ovary or at different places. It can be found in the fallopian tubes, for example. So during your periods, the blood gets collected in different parts of the body where it should not get collected. This leads to hemorrhage. It results in swelling and pain in the lower abdomen. Sometimes this pain may be only during periods. In many patients, it can be long-lasting and chronic, even when you're not on your period. So what are the symptoms really to look out in PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis? There are several celebrities who have spoken about their concerns with PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. Katrina Kaif and Selena Jaitley, for example, have spoken about their struggles with endometriosis. Masava Gupta has spoken about her problems with PCOD. Victoria Beckham too has had her struggles with PCOS.
The treatment is till menopause. It requires suppression of the disease till menopause because the disease has a very high chance of recurrence even if a surgery is done. So the medical treatment is commonly in the form of progesterone hormone, which can be pills, which can be implants, which can be injections and intrauterine devices.
PCOS in fact affects 1 in every 10 women. Improvement in dietary habits, including exercise in your daily routine, is extremely important, is what doctors say. While the condition is often managed with medication, these are simple things that you can do in your own life to improve your health. Work out, also consume the right kind of food, and also watch out for period pain that may go out of hand.
Welcome back. Planning an overseas trip or asking a cousin to get you an iPhone 14 from the US where it is much cheaper? Or do you have a child studying in the US to whom you send money every month? Well, you need to be aware of the foreign exchange rate, which, by the way, is not the interbank rate you see on news every day. This report brings you closer to reality about how much you really need to pay if you're buying US dollars.
Let's start with what you already know. You will be spending much more on your vacation to the US this year than you did a year ago, thanks to the dollar flexing its muscles against the rupee. And if you have a child in the US, you are probably already feeling the pain. For a good college in the US with a tuition fee of around $50,000, a year ago, you were paying around 37 lakh rupees. This year, it's nearly 41 lakh rupees. But this is based on an exchange rate of around 82, which is not what you pay when you go out and buy dollars. You shell out more. In fact, as of today, more than 85 rupees in some cases to buy the US greenback. A survey by Bank Bazaar shows. The country's largest bank, the State Bank of India, sells a US dollar for 82.54 rupees on forex cards. If you exchange rupees into dollars in cash, the rate is 83.30. ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank have the same exchange rate, 83.47. However, purchase dollars in cash from ICICI Bank, you will have to fork out 85 rupees 2 paise. Bank of Baroda, another PSU bank, is among the cheaper options, while Axis Bank will sell you a dollar at 85.05. If you approach Thomas Cook, you'll have to pay 83.08 rupees for a dollar. The rupee has fallen more than 10% this year against dollar. It is, however, still better than the other major world currencies. The Japanese yen has lost nearly 30% of its value against the dollar this year. The British pound has slipped 21% to below a dollar and continues to weaken even more despite Bank of England's decision to buy bond worth $65 billion. The euro is down 18%. Even the Chinese yuan is down around 12% this year. So if you're asking a cousin to get that iPhone Pro Max from the US, instead of paying 90,200 rupees for the phone, you should probably be giving him the real exchange rate price, 93,500 rupees. And not just going abroad is expensive, the rupee's decline to a historic low will make it more costly to import crude oil and other goods, which would further increase inflation, which has been beyond the Reserve Bank's upper tolerance range of 6% for the previous months. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
The central government has decided to postpone the rule which mandated 6 airbags in every car from the 1st of October this year. Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari has tweeted that the date for implementation of 6 airbags in passenger cars has now been pushed to October 1st, 2023. Chetan Bhutani, who broke the story last week, joins us with the details. Chetan, why has the rule been postponed?
Well, that's right. Business Today TV was the first to report the story on September 23rd. That this rule of 6 airbags, which was supposed to be implemented from 1st of October 2022, will not meet its deadline. And however, in a series of tweets now, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, has announced that regardless of all the issues regarding the cost and the variance use of the issue of public safety is of utmost importance to the government, and keeping in mind the supply chain constraints and the macroeconomic situation, it has been decided to defer the timeline from 1st October 2022 to the 1st of October 2023. Well, when I spoke to my sources in the government, I was told that the government will not relent further from the October 2023 deadline, and in fact the auto companies will have to comply with the rules and regulations set by the government. In fact, the government was in constant negotiation and constant discussions with the airbag manufacturers and the concerned stakeholders, including SIAM and ACMA, for that fact. However, the sources are also pointing out that this rule of 6 airbags would be made mandatory from October 2023, and that every vehicle manufactured after 1st October 2023 would have 6 airbags, which means the front 2 airbags and of course the side and the torso and the curtain airbags would be included. However, we can expect more safer cars from October 2023. Remember, the issue of road safety really came into the spotlight in India after the unfortunate demise of the industrialist Cyrus Mistry.
Thanks, Chetan. Sports car super brand Porsche has made a big bang entry into capital markets with a $19.5 billion euro listing. Porsche AG made a strong start after it was listed at a valuation of 75 billion euros in what is Germany's second biggest market debut ever. Despite the current market weakness, the share was trading up 3% in midday's trade. Interestingly, the valuation of Porsche is close to the 80 billion euro valuation of its parent company Volkswagen. The Porsche IPO comprised 911 million shares, a play on its most famous car model. That's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
Well, unfortunately, I've always had troubled skin, acne prone, oily, all the issues in the world. Imagine them, I have them. But then, of course, a good skincare regime is very important to ensure that you get that glazed donut-like effect. The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin. That is not just makeup, but actually is a glow from within.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go. Yeah.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Warm welcome. You are watching India Today. These are the headlines. Ashok Gehlot opts out of Congress president race as Sachin Pilot meets Sonia Gandhi. Digvijaya Singh tells India Today without Nehru and Gandhi's Congress is a zero, says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Modi lays foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crore in Surat, hails double-engine government in the state. Massive step for women's right in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. 36 national games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness the opening. With a series of meetings and unending suspense, the process of choosing a non-Gandhi Congress president has turned into a daily soap opera. Here's the latest.
A drama in Jaipur explodes into a crisis. And the crisis finally upsets the party presidency apple cart in New Delhi. Tipped to become the next chief of the Indian National Congress as early as last week with the blessings of the High Command, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot walked out of the race on Thursday.
कल परसों की वो घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है।
His brief announcement came after he met party president Sonia Gandhi at her 10 Janpath residence in Delhi. Gehlot formally apologized for all that unfolded in Jaipur in the past days. He expressed regrets that he was unable to fulfill the High Command's wishes, apparently regarding his replacement in Rajasthan.
मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है। 1 लाख के प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है। दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया।
The High Command, however, will take the final call.
Now, Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, or because he has left it to Congress President?
That decision Congress President will take within 1 or 2 days.
With Gehlot stepping out, here enters another veteran into the game.
Nomination file करेंगे?
अभी तो कुछ तय नहीं किया मैंने। 30 तक इंतजार करिए क्या होता है।
The 75-year-old Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra down south and showed up in New Delhi a day later to announce plans to file his nomination for party presidency.
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
Meantime, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, a probable candidate for party presidency, tweeted out this picture. His lines candid enough, suggesting the election exercise could just be a ritual. Tharoor declared it a friendly contest between colleagues.
2 powerful addresses, 8 civil lines in Jaipur and 10 Janpath in Delhi changed the political scenario in the Congress party with 2 meetings. It was here that Ashok Gehlot, standing with KC Venugopal, declared that he was out of the race for the president. Conspicuous by his absence was Rajasthan in charge Ajay Makhan, thereby underlining the fact that distance between the Rajasthan leadership and the party high command had grown manifold in the past few days.
Back in the Gehlot camp, the Chief Minister's loyalists blew hot and cold. Some vouched for the high command supremacy.
अशोक गहलोत जी ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, यदि सोनिया गांधी जी उनसे कुछ भी कहेगी तो वो उनकी कोई बात टाल नहीं सकते। वो मैंने उनके खुद के मुंह से सुनी है कि मैं मैडम को कोई भी चीज मना नहीं कर सकता, ये मैं जानता हूँ।
जो ये तानाशाह बैठे हैं केंद्र सरकार में।
Others warned of a full-blown rebellion in case the rival camp took over.
कर्नाटक सारे विधायकों में आक्रोश था कि जो लोग सरकार गिराने में सम्मिलित थे, अगर उनमें से किसी को आज सीएम बनाने की बात आती है तो उन्होंने अपना आक्रोश व्यक्त किया कि हम सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारे अधिकार सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारी सरकार सुरक्षित नहीं है।
An election to install a non-Gandhi at the helm of Congress in almost a quarter century, overshadowed by the political storm in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan.
It seems like the Congress party has reworked its strategy when it comes to the Congress presidential elections. But the question is, has the storm in the state of Rajasthan died down or will it come back roaring? In New Delhi with Mosmi Singh, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
In a landmark judgment, the Apex Court today ruled that all women, married or unmarried, have a right to safe and legal abortion. This is seen as a landmark watershed moment for women's rights.
Protest for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape, have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A 3-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion. The Supreme Court has highlighted again that there is no distinction between married and unmarried women in case of rape as well, and so for the purposes of abortion, rape will include marital rape.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
It is a landmark judgment given the fact that the Supreme Court has put the unmarried women and the married women on a platform and have given them the equal choice to abort their fetus, irrespective of the fact whether they are married or unmarried.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
A senior officer in Bihar's Women Development Department has sparked controversy after snapping back at a schoolgirl who asked if they can be provided with sanitary napkins at a cost of 20 or 30 rupees. Harjot Kaur snapped and responded to the girl saying, "Today you're asking for sanitary pads, tomorrow you'll ask for condoms." The comment have triggered a massive storm, and action has been promised by the Bihar Chief Minister.
अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
It began as a genuine demand by girl students of Bihar for affordable sanitary napkins.
हर कुछ के लिए तो सरकार देती ही है, तो क्या मतलब 20 और 30 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट नहीं दे सकते हैं?
In reply, IAS officer Harjot Kaur, heading Bihar's Women and Child Development Department, came out with a shocker.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Not just mocking the demand of sanitary pads for poor, but wondering if the girl students will demand free condoms next.
इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को नहीं कर सकते? और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना? लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा,
The heartless taunt, that too from a top woman IAS officer, sparked massive outrage.
बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है। ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांग रही, कल को वो मांगेंगी, तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का जरूरत है।
After India Today reportage, the National Women's Commission asked Harjot Kaur to explain her distasteful remark.
Why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided? And why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutally obnoxious manner? I think she needs to be made answerable and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar promised probe.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, हमने तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए.
While ally Congress and the opposition BJP tore into the woman IAS officer.
मुझे लगता है कि आईएएस ने बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना और एक शर्मनाक तरीके का और एक हास्यास्पद जवाब दिया है जो नहीं होना चाहिए था. मुझे लगता है उनको स्क्रीन में सामने आके, वो भी एक महिला है, उनकी भी बच्ची होगी, उनको कहना चाहिए कि मुझसे गलती हो गई.
जब सरकार चुनाव में वोट मांगने आती है, कमिटमेंट भी करती है कि हम साइकिल देंगे, पोशाक देंगे, तो सैनिटरी भी दो, तो हम चीजें फैसिलिटेट करें. हम उसको अलर्गर बयान देकर बच्चों को कंफ्यूज नहीं करना चाहिए.
जब तुमको मैं वही उंगली वापस जुड़वा रही हूँ, तो बुरा क्यों लग रहा है?
The woman officer called the charges fabricated and a bid to malign her.
और हम लोग जब सुनते हैं तो सुधार करने के पूरे प्रयास भी करते हैं.
Sanitary pads are still out of reach for a large chunk of rural women, who end up using unhygienic and unsafe cloth. With Sujit Jha in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
Activists, organizations and citizens have slammed Harjot Kaur for her "Ab kya condom mangoge" comment and has raised gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax, has been extracting money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. Being a woman in India indeed comes at a big cost.
20 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं.
अच्छा, ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है?
The viral video of a Bihar IAS officer snarkily snubbing a girl who demanded access to sanitary pads has triggered massive outrage.
नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Activists, organizations and citizens have slammed Harjot Kaur for her "Ab kya condom mangoge" comment.
ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
The video has also triggered a huge debate over women's access to basic amenities. Being a woman in India comes at a big cost, literally. Do you know that women pay more for most products as compared to men? Gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax has been extracting more money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. It's an intrinsic cost that women incur when goods are exclusively promoted for them. For everyday products like perfumes, shower gels, face creams and razors, women have always been paying more as compared to products manufactured for men. 2018 saw protests over 12% GST on sanitary napkins, which eventually made the government repeal the tax. Women menstrual hygiene products are still labelled as a luxury item. The raw materials for them still are taxed higher. Women in the workforce anyway earn less than their male counterparts. Add to that this pink tax, and you would know why asking for a basic thing like a sanitary napkin is such a big deal. With Riya Modi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Hours before Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, a full poster Nataka has exploded. Today morning, flexes featuring the Congress MP and State Congress Neta Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar were torn. The party was blamed BJP's Dirty Tricks Department for the poster war.
Rahul Gandhi will be setting foot in Karnataka on Friday. But merely 24 hours before the Bharat Jodo Yatra's entry into the poll-bound state, the showdown has already begun. Rahul's flex posters are vandalized. Siddaramaiah's posters torn apart. And flex posters of the Congress's top man in the state, DK Shivakumar too, targeted. The BJP and Congress are now locking horns over the poster war.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಅವರು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
That isn't all. Just 10 days after he was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI raided DK Shivakumar's several properties in connection to a money laundering case. The Karnataka Congress chief claims the ruling BJP is carrying out a witch hunt against him.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ. CBI ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಊರಿನ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಯಾವ ದಾಖಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ದಾಖಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಗಲೇ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪಾಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕನಕಪುರದ ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರ ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ತೋಟದ ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Grand Old Party claims the CBI raids are an attempt to deflect from the rousing reception that is ready for Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra.
This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
With the state elections inching closer, the battle is only heating up. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, viewers, a quick break to stay with us. News and updates continue on the other side.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
In midst of growing tensions with Azerbaijan, which is close to Turkey and Pakistan, Armenia has signed a $260 million contract with India for procuring the indigenous Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launchers. This is the first time that India is exporting Pinaka missile system to another country.
This is the Pinaka, a fully Indian multi-rocket launcher system. A fearsome weapon that's deployed in large numbers with the Indian Army and with several more regiments on order. But 2 decades after this incredible made-in-India weapon entered service with the Indian Army, a massive milestone has just been achieved. Armenia, a country at war with its neighbor Azerbaijan, has just signed up to become the first international customer of this fully Indian weapon. The sale is part of a $260 million package deal for the country that's been embroiled in conflict since last year. The Indian Pinaka system, capable of firing furious barrages of 120mm rockets out to distances of up to 75 kilometers with devastating accuracy, will become part of Armenia's strike forces against a more capable and well-armed adversary. Each Pinaka regiment consists of 3 batteries of 6 Pinaka launchers, each which is capable of launching 12 rockets within a range of at least 40 kilometers in a space of 44 seconds. By signing up for the tried and battle-proven Pinaka, Armenia signals faith in an Indian weapon and represents a huge morale boost to Indian weapons industry. Armenia will also be eligible for the many improvements and upgrades being done on the system to make the Pinaka hit further, harder, and with smarter accuracy. The Pinaka takes its name from the celestial bow wielded by Lord Shiva to destroy 3 cities of the Asuras. Armenia will be hoping the system adds some much-needed firepower to its destructive conflict with neighbor Azerbaijan. For India, however, the export sale is a massive milestone, a show of trust and faith, and a much-needed psychological boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat that's finally on the world stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
More than 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan, 2 former Soviet bloc countries fighting for the control of the disputed territory. Turkey aided with Azerbaijan selling them the Bayraktar drones, which destroyed Armenia's tank regiments. Armenia is now looking to Russia, the US and India for help.
Drone videos like this one showing an Azerbaijan unmanned combat aerial vehicle destroying an Armenian tank went viral world over in 2020. Using the Turkish Bayraktar drones, Azerbaijan successfully decimated the Armenian armored columns and made significant gains in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Russian-brokered truce was virtually blown to bits in the second week of September when artillery guns from Azerbaijan and Armenia opened up once again on September 13, resulting in over 170 fatalities and a fresh spike in tensions. Both Azerbaijan and Armenia have accused each other of violating the ceasefire.
2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children.
Azerbaijan initiated a major military offensive targeting the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia with the use of a wide range of weaponry, including artillery and combat UAVs. The offensive took lives of 105 people, left dozens wounded. Dozens missing and inflicting various forms of material damage, including upon the civilian settlements and infrastructure. The scale of destruction and the intensity of shelling is so high that at the moment we have only the initial figures.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, both former Soviet bloc countries, are neighbors and have been at war for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno and Karabakh. In 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey, was able to make major territorial gains in the disputed territory. Russia backed Armenia but remains engaged in Ukraine conflict, enabling Azerbaijan to test the limits of the truce. On Sunday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan after the truce on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This was the first meeting after the killings of over 170 soldiers. The two sides have agreed to maintain peace. Last week, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also visited Armenia and called the attacks by Azerbaijan deadly and illegal.
Our meeting again had a particular importance to us because of the focus on security following the illegal and deadly attacks on us by the Azerbaijan on the Armenian territory. We strongly condemn those attacks, we in our delegation and on behalf of Congress, which threatens prospects for much-needed peace agreement.
Armenia is hunting both for disruptive technology, including unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and also for heavy artillery and longer-range weapon systems to be able to deter Azerbaijan amidst apprehensions that the border skirmishes could take a turn for the worse. Bureau Report, India Today.
The army has significantly bolstered its firepower along the frontier with China by deploying a range of rockets and artillery weapons and plans to procure an array of additional systems, including 100 K9 Vajra howitzers and UAVs to augment combat prowess.
One of India's newest big guns seen here in the tense eastern Ladakh standoff zone. For over a year or so, these tracked 155mm artillery guns have proven their mettle. This is the K9 Vajra T, built by Indian private sector giant Larsen & Toubro, far away in Hazira, Gujarat. But so impressed is the Indian Army with these guns and their ability to adapt from hot desert conditions to the icy altitudes of Ladakh that the Indian Army is all set to repeat its order for 100 more of these. The Larsen & Toubro factory that builds these monster weapons does so under license from a Korean company. But the K9 Vajra is now increasingly indigenous with very little outside help. Prime Minister Modi, who hails from Gujarat, put a personal stamp on the K9 when he rode in one during a ceremony. The factory has delivered the first order of 100 guns to the Indian Army, and the production line is still warm and buzzing. Therefore, the second order for 100 more guns will be delivered at a much faster rate. The Army's experience with the gun has been valuable to the makers, deploying it beyond its intended terrain from the deserts of Rajasthan to the freezing heights of Ladakh. These lessons will go into the next batch of K9s manufactured, including additional winter-proofing and modifications to make them even more effective at high altitudes. The K9 has already proven its mettle in India's most hostile battlefield, providing highly mobile artillery support to any possible outbreak of conflict on the restive line of actual control with China. A repeat order for Made in India equipment means industry gets to think bigger, boosts investment in indigenous weaponry, and moves the country much closer to that elusive ideal of self-reliance in defense. Bureau Report, India Today.
Quick break to stay with us. News and updates continue.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we will talk about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan, which is just a day away from its release. Now, packed with Indian cinema's big guns like Vikram and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, this epic saga is surely one of the most anticipated films of 2022. And fans have been thronging to book their tickets in advance. Here's the complete story.
Starring big guns like Vikram, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Karthi and Jayam Ravi, Ponniyin Selvan 1 is easily one of the most highly anticipated films of 2022. And it's also quite evident from the advanced bookings. In advance booking for day 1, Ponniyin Selvan 1 has already done a business of 11.3 crores gross, out of which the Tamil version has contributed the most so far.
நான் ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன் வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன் எம் இளவரசரோட தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கிடைத்தது.
அருண்மொழியும் கரிகாலரும் ஒன்று சேராமல் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
What's more, the tickets are selling like hotcakes, and if reports are to be believed, the mark of 6 lakh will soon be crossed. Also, as per trade experts, this magnum opus is expected to bring in the family audiences in big numbers. The makers, meanwhile, are leaving no stone unturned to promote the film. A brilliantly edited video clip with scenes from Thalapathy and Nayagan was shared by them on social media as a tribute to Rajinikanth and Kamal Haasan, the two superstars of Indian cinema.
கடவுளா மதிக்கிறாங்கன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. நீங்க எப்போது இடையா இருந்திருக்கீங்களா?
சோத்துக்கு திண்டாடணும், 4 காசு சம்பாதிக்கணும்னா சாவணும்.
வயிறு காலியா இருக்கும்போது கோர்ஸ் செலவு ஒட்டில் செலவு கொடுக்க முடியாது சார். நட்புன்னு என்ன தெரியுமா உனக்கு? நண்பன்னு என்ன தெரியுமா உனக்கு?
சூர்யானா என்னன்னு தெரியுமா உனக்கு? உங்ககிட்ட எனக்கு ஒண்ணு வேணும். வேலுநாயக்கரை தேடி போனா இல்லைங்கிற வார்த்தை வராதுன்னு நிறைய பேர் என்கிட்ட சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. கேட்கலாமா? என்ன வேணும்?
The two icons had earlier come together for the audio launch to show their support for Mani Ratnam and his film Ponniyin Selvan 1.
என்ன கேரக்டரைசேஷன்ஸ், என்ன இது கம்ப்ளீட்லி வீரம், சௌந்தரியம், பயானகம், பீபிசம், ஹாஸ்யம். மணிரத்னம் அவர்களின் வெற்றி பட்டியலில் மிக முக்கியமான படமாக இது இருக்கு. அது மணி எப்படி எடுத்திருப்பாங்க, அப்படி வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஒன்னொன்னு அப்படி வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Which was shorter along with its second part in just a matter of 150 days. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Now, S.S. Rajamouli, who took years to make Bahubali 1 and 2, was surprised to know that Mani Ratnam made both the parts of Ponniyin Selvan in merely 150 days. It indeed is an achievement, especially when the making process came with its own share of hiccups. Here's more on that.
என் தந்தை என்னை சோழ நாட்டிற்காக வாளேந்தும்படி ஆணையிட்டார். நான் சோழ நாட்டின் காவலன், சோழ மக்களின் வேலைக்காரன்.
நான் ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன், வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன். எம் இளவரசரோட தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கிடைத்தது.
Director Mani Ratnam is all set to enthrall cinegoers with his epic saga Ponniyin Selvan. The magnum opus has been mounted on a massive scale but faced its own share of hiccups along the way. Now, filmmaker Mani Ratnam has been wanting to adapt the film for 28 years. The ace filmmaker was all set to begin production on the film back in 1994. But the film was put on hold due to budget constraints. He again tried to revive the film in 2010 but had to postpone the film for a second time as the team could not find the right set of locations and were denied permission to shoot in certain temples and palaces. The COVID-19 pandemic adversely affected the production process of the film and delayed the release date. The makers had shot one schedule before the pandemic gripped the world and then had to wait another 9 months to resume filming.
COVID was a big element into the thing. We finished one schedule and then we got locked down. And for 9 months we had no clue. And when it opened up also, we wanted to shoot it in real locations, and real places were not open fully. They had different rules for different states and different archaeological settings. So we had to wait, do the waiting game, plan it differently, and then be able to capture without compromising anything that we wanted.
The main cast of the film was changed after Mani Ratnam finally decided to start production on the film. For various reasons, actors such as Thalapathy Vijay, Mahesh Babu, Anushka Shetty, Nayantara and Vijay Sethupathi, among others, dropped out of the project.
We had a great team, both in terms of both in front of camera and behind the camera. It was just outstanding team, and I had all the support, and they put in the best.
Days after the teaser release, Ponniyin Selvan landed in fresh trouble after Mani Ratnam and Chian Vikram received a court notice from a lawyer. In his petition, he said that the Cholas could be misrepresented in the film and demanded a special screening of the film ahead of its release to analyze if the makers had distorted historical facts in the film.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of Indian cinema. But with Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan I hitting the screens, the Chola's ancient dynasty is finally getting their long-due recognition.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும் வால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी झिकराया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी. चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला. मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया. मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे.
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan I has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
We are slipping into a short break now, but on the other side of our special broadcast, we bring you more about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Southern cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. And the filmmakers have perfected the art of making movies which appeal to domestic audience as well as foreign viewers. But what makes these epic films a game changer? Take a look.
South Indian cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. To deliver the audience an experience they have never consumed before, the industry has often invested a lot of money for delivering grand experiences. RRR, the Telugu language epic action drama centered around two real-life Indian revolutionaries, Alluri Sitaramaraju and Komaram Bhim, and their fight against the British Raj. Set in 1920, the plot explored the undocumented period in their lives when both the freedom fighters chose to go into obscurity before they began the fight for their country. The film starred Junior NTR, Ram Charan, Ajay Devgan, Alia Bhatt, Shreya Saran, Ray Stevenson, Alison Doddy and Olivia Morris.
British ప్రభుత్వానికి ఎదురు తిరిగిన నేరానికి నేను అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను.
RRR was made on a whopping budget of 450 crore rupees, whereas the animation took 6 months and there were nearly 50 animal VFX shots.
Praise yourself for Ram.
The SS Rajamouli directorial grossed over 223 crores on its opening day, and its lifetime collection stood at over 1,000 crores worldwide, setting several box office records for an Indian film. Bahubali the Beginning and Bahubali 2 The Conclusion followed the story of Sivadu, a young adventurous man who helps his love Avantika rescue Devasena, the former queen of Mahishmati, who was a prisoner under the tyrannical rule of King Bhallal Dev. Bahubali the Beginning and Bahubali 2 The Conclusion received universal acclaim for Rajamouli's direction, the story, visuals, cinematography, action, sequences, music and performances, and became a box office success. The first part was made on a budget of 180 crore with a worldwide box office gross of 600 to 650 crores, whereas Bahubali